Welcome to the Sharjah Cricket Stadium for SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League 2022 powered by FanCode. And here we are for yet another scintillating contest here in the Bukhatir League. It has been going, it's right in the balance for all the teams out here. Let's quickly check out on the two teams that are playing in today. It's going to be KARWAN Cricket Club, who's taking on Pacific Group. KARWAN being the home team here today. Let's quickly head down to understand what exactly is the wicket all about today, because looks like there is a change here.
Well, after a break day, we are back with live cricket, and of course, you're watching the SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League 2022 powered by FanCode. This match is between KARWAN Cricket Club and Pacific Group. Well, to my left is the KARWAN captain Babar Iqbal. To his left is the match referee, Mr. Iftikhar Ali. And to the extreme left is the Pacific Group captain, Jiju Janardhanan. It's going to be Babar to spin and Jiju will call.
Head is the call.
Heads is the call. It's a tail, so Jiju has won the toss. In fact, beg your pardon, Babar has won the toss. Babar, what would you like to do?
I'll go for bowling first because there's some demons in the wicket.
You think there's some demons in the wicket? What do you make of it?
I feel like, because I had discussion with my teammates, and we feel the wicket is not as per our plan, and the wicket we played last time, it looks a bit different to us.
So you think it is going to help get better as the day progresses because you've decided to bowl first?
See, I believe first over might be crucial for batting side, so we'll try to grab that opportunities.
Okay, and what is the kind of a total you're looking at?
To be honest, I'm not sure about the total, but I've seen some games here, even 250, 260 was almost chased down here, so around 250, 260.
And any changes in your side?
Yeah, two changes. Zaid is in and Sunny Azam is in.
Good luck for the game.
Thank you so much.
Well, Jiju, we're very disappointed to lose the toss. What would you have done?
I would have bowled first. It's a new wicket, and I can see it's not been used much, but it might be help for spinners here, so I wanted to bowl as well. But nevertheless, toss is not in my hands. We'll try and put up a total which we can defend.
And what do you think is the total that can be defended?
I think about 250 would be a great total looking at the wicket, but second innings apparently gets a bit easier because of the dew factor, but let's hope it doesn't affect much on this wicket.
Yeah, there hasn't been much dew around. There was some in the last game, but otherwise it has been quite okay to bowl second as well. And we've seen teams defending.
Yeah, that is true. The last game that we played, there was this dew factor which had come in, and they chased down a total which was quite difficult to chase on. But they played well, and I thought the ball came in very nicely onto the bat in the second innings. So keeping that in mind, I thought would have batted second. But well, as I said, toss is not in my hands, so hopefully we'll put up a total to defend.
And any changes in your side?
Yeah, we have a couple of changes. Saqib misses out and Lakshman misses out. We have Sapan and Zishan coming in with extra batting to get stronger.
Good luck for the game then. Must-win game.
Cheers.
Right then, that is what has happened here. Babar Iqbal has won the toss, and KARWAN will be bowling first.
Well, so that's the news there. KARWAN strikers, they've won the toss, electing to bowl first, and I think no surprises there. Teams winning the toss, opting to bat first. Let's look at the lineup here. KARWAN Cricket Club, Babar Iqbal, the captain, Mozam Hayat, Sardar Behzad, Qamar Awan, Furqan Khalil, Saif Ghori, Amir Hamza, Mohammad Zahid Ali, Lovepreet Singh, Mohammad Waqas, and Sunny Azam. So two changes out there. And Pacific Group here, captain Jiju Janardhanan, Hamdan Tahir, Mujahid Amin, Zishan Abid getting a game back there. Ansh Tandon, Sapandeep Singh coming into the squad again. Rizwan KS, Akif Raja, Aman Arshad, Abhay Jotin, and Himyat Ullah. Now joining me in the combox is Vivek. Welcome Vivek, very good evening to you.
Very, very good evening, Asim. This looks like a great contest here. It's a new wicket, it's a new surface. That will be an interesting X factor today.
Well, definitely, and looking at the overall nature of how wickets in Sharjah have been, this is relatively a lot more opposite in terms of the aesthetics. Well, we have seen shine on the surface. We've seen that you know, that shiny effect which comes into play as well for the bowlers, wherein it skids on from the surface. But today it looks a relatively higher, drier side here. Here comes Zahid. I think the first ball itself tells you a lot about how this surface is going to play here. Be very, very careful, batters. Be very, very careful.
Yes, the first ball reaching the wicket keeper on two bounces doesn't come up to the bat, doesn't bounce at all. Maybe first one is not as fast, maybe a gentle loosener, but still. And you rightly pointed out, Asim, the sheen on the wicket is not there. It doesn't have that shine that we associate Sharjah with. I think both the batters will be watchful first few overs.
Well, we have seen Sharjah wickets here. It comes onto the bat pretty easily, but on this surface, anticipate a lot of slowness here, because the wicket, it doesn't look as hard as it was in the last 10 days. This is a new surface that the bat playing on, and on top of it, the wicket looks a lot drier out there. What it says is there's not going to be a purchase for the spinners. And mind you, looking at both the sides here, Pacific Group, I think if there is no dew, they would be happy to come down and bowl second, because the condition of the wicket will be a lot more worse than what it is right now.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking. And I was about to ask you, is it a good option to win the toss and field first?
Well, honestly, if you ask me, I would say it is a good toss to lose here for Pacific Group, because here wicket is not going to improve. It's going to deteriorate with every over that is being bowled here. And with those foot marks that is coming in place, it is going to open up avenues for the spinners to come in and pounce on the opportunities. I think I would take it as a positive.
Rightly said, and this one is flicked off the pads. First runs on the board. Jiju gets off the mark, and so does a Pacific Group.
Well, absolutely. And here it is very essential for the players out here to assess what is the right total to put on board. I think being ambitious will be that key to failure. I would say be very conservative in terms of your approach. Play out for 220, 230. Get that excess extra runs in the form of extras that the bowling team is going to have. A 240, I think, is a par score on this track.
Rightly said. I think take it 10 overs at a time. Just see where you are at the end of 10 overs and then take it from there.
Well, absolutely. And the reason why I say 240 is a par score, considering the strength of Pacific Group, which has been spinners. They have quality spinners, 3 spinners in the form of... I think today they are missing out on Lakshman Manjrekar though. However, it's a very decently poised lineup here. They have Mujahid Amin, who has been the key for them. There is Rizwan KS as well. I think it would have made a lot more sense to have an extra spinner in the side. Meanwhile, played it down towards the square leg. A couple of runs here added to the tally. Hamdan Tahir gets off the mark. And Vivek, you know, one thing that surprises me is immediately as a captain, and this mostly needs to come in as a feedback from the wicket keeper as to how the wicket is playing, what is the slowness of the surface, and what sort of field adjustments that they need to make here. Here today, keeping the players fine behind the square is something that is not the need of the hour. Probably assess the condition. Since it's slow, the ball is going to travel a lot more squarer than finer.
Exactly, and they have a 7-2 field, 7 fielders on the offside, 2 on the onside, which is also interesting. However, the first ball that he bowled was on the pads of Hamdan, and he was able to take 2 runs on that delivery. End of the first over now, 3 runs scored in the first over by Pacific Global.
Well, so it's one for none after three, and Sev Gori will be the new bowler introduced here into the attack. Now, what is going to be crucial here is how the teams, in fact, how the captains are actually marshalling the troops, assessing the conditions, and taking actions based on that. Now, across the 50 overs, it is a must for for both the sides to have one fielder manning in the catching position on the onside, which is near the carpet from this end right now. The second carpet, I would say, the wicket, make a player stand there because the ball is stopping on the surface. It is holding onto the surface. It's not quick. It's not skidding on. So what that does is if the shot is committed way too early, you might have the ball hit the sticker and pop onto that field. That fielder will be very crucial more than the slip.
Absolutely agree. And what's also important is to bowl the right length, because getting the batsman to drive and then getting him to commit the mistake is crucial. If you keep banging short, it will not have much of an impact. Also, I think towards the middle overs and towards the end overs, the slower balls will from the fast bowlers will really make a big difference, because the ball is gripping on the surface. You want to bowl that slower ball, let the batsman make a mistake. But you rightly said, Asim, catching position for the drive, off drive and on drive is a must.
Absolutely. And here, if you try to hit that slightly over pitch length and keep varying with your pace, you can still be a lot more effective because the ball is not coming onto the bat that easily. That first delivery that was bowled by Zahid spoke a lot about how this wicket is going to react.
That's right. Get them to drive. I think pitching it up any day is better on this wicket than pitching it short. It also gives you the extra advantage of getting some swing in the air, especially in the first few overs if you pitch it up.
Now that's width on offer, and if offer width to Jiju Janardhanan, that's the kind of punishment that you get. Played it in the gap, an exquisite shot there from Jiju. JJ gets the first boundary of the match.
That's beautifully timed. Right into the gap. There's nobody manning the cover area on the boundary. So the first boundary of the match comes from Jiju's bat. 7 runs now without any wicket. Both batsmen are watchful. They're waiting and seeing how this wicket will play out. Bowlers need to make full use of the conditions.
Well, and one crucial thing that the batters will have to have as a challenge here is not to give their wickets away. They'll be successful, they'll win the battle if they just don't give their wickets away. Especially batters who have assessed the conditions, they have got some, balls coming onto the bat and they've played it. They know for the fact that the wicket is going to be a slightly slower compared to the wickets that they've been playing in the previous matches. So they have to ensure that they put a price tag on their wicket and play sensibly.
That's right. Play long innings, look to play at least 20 to 30 overs and not to take unnecessary risks. Yes, these are the power play overs, the first power play when only 2 fielders are outside the circle, but still. This one on the stumps, a slightly round arm action for Gori, Asim.
Well, very well bowled there, Gori. Good comeback, keeping it on the stumps. Pacific Group here, 7 for no loss after 1.5. A ball to go in the second over. Now, what is important here is the fact that Babar Iqbal uses the strength of Zahid Ali to the fullest, because he has the ability to swing the ball both ways. Now, when a bowler has that ability, you probably need to back him up and give him that extra confidence to just be a lot more effective. Look at that ball coming in a fraction too late there onto the bat. End of 2, Pacific Group, 7 for no loss. Zahid Ali continuing here from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. Down the leg side, but ball not well. That's given out there. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. Well, definitely was close to the bat. Well, getting the phase there. And Hamdan Tahir, looking at his reaction, makes us feel that he has definitely nicked that. Naked eye, we didn't feel so. We thought that it's going to be a wide there, but not to be so. Hamdan Tahir out back to the pavilion, 2 of 3. And that's the first success for Karwan strikers. Well, that was the wicket there. I think he got the faintest of edge, but the first instance it felt that it was a wide. Furqan Khalil, he knew it immediately that the batsman had nicked it. Excellent catch, low one there, and the ball, I think that wasn't a delivery on which you are supposed to get out. Just leave the ball, as they say. It's a wide delivery, try to fetch that. And a partnership broken right before they could actually hit the double figure mark.
Poor shot, I would say. Gifted his wicket away. This would have been an easy wide outside the leg stump. The ball was swinging away from the left-hander and would have carried on outside the leg stump and gone to the wicket-keeper. But however, an unlucky mistake by Hamdan there, giving his wicket away. First blood is drawn by the Karwan team.
Well, again, slowness of the wicket coming in play. Zahid, mind you, if you're judging him his pace, with the way it is carrying on to the batter, that won't be justifiable for that bowler. He's a good bowler. It's just that wicket is not so conducive here for the fast bowlers. And I'm just trying to understand what all are the options available here for Babar Iqbal to explore in the form of spinners.
Abhay, the new man in, scored a wonderful 87 runs in the last outing. The man in form. Punches it off the back foot. Trying to gauge the wicket, trying to gauge the conditions.
Well, quite surprising here. Asif Hayat has been made to sit out. And apart from Babar Iqbal himself and Mohammad Waqas, I don't see any quality spinning option here. I'm not sure about Sunny Azam though, but Mohammad Waqas hasn't been impressive. He hasn't turned the ball. Babar Iqbal, well, as a third spinner, he was always a part of the team. But you need someone who challenges the batters with the variations that they have. And I think Asif Hayat should have been the go-to options, but not sure why he's not a part of the team today. Well, however, Lovepreet Singh has been trusted again. Well, an opportunity. That's how you actually back your players. Give them the opportunity. Even though they are falling, they're not getting runs. Give them the opportunity and let them bounce back, because there are important games to follow. And if they get in the flow, that makes it a lot more easier for the team.
Yes, trying to gain momentum for the key players. The ball is keeping low outside the off stump. Whenever he bowls outside the off stump, it reaches the wicketkeeper almost on the second bounce. The fielder in the gully is also moving up a couple of steps, because the ball, if it edges, it's not going to carry. So The wicket keeping low. Abhay is watchful, has faced 4 balls.
Beautiful delivery there. That hurried on to the batsman, and end of third over. That's a maiden year coming in from Zahid. 7 for 1 Pacific Group. Well, that's what the points table here look like for in the Bukhatir League here. Leading the chart with the better run rate there. Ajman Heroes on top. Future Mattress at number 2 with 4 points. 11 aces in 3 games they've done with their league stages. They are sitting at 4 points. Kolata Chocolates at 4 in their 3 games. DC Starlets, Sri Lions, Interglobe Vision Shipping, KARWAN Cricket Club. They are all sitting with 1 games and 1 loss with 2 points. And the chronology in which they're positioned on the table was the way their names read. And Sharjah Cricket Academy, 7 districts, Pacific Group, they are yet to open their account. Edged, and is that carried? Looks like it was dropped there by Furkan Khalil. And Sev Ghori, look at his reaction. He's like, I almost got you, mate. But I didn't get support from my keeper. Well, look at that. Elbow hitting on the ground and the ball popping out.
How many times we have seen when you dive and if you land on your elbows, the ball just pops out. Well, a lucky life here for Jiju. This was a regulation catch.
Well, really strange. Why would you want to dive? Meanwhile, placed it towards the covers. Well, does make sense to dive always. And these are the downsides. When you hit elbow hits the ground, ball tends to pop out. And how many times have we seen that? Those were genuine dives which were needed and came in place, and then catches going down because of that elbow impact on the ground. But then here, I just felt that it was a low catch. Probably just would have kept his ground there instead of extending that arm at the last moment. Look at that ball sticking on the surface. A quick single taken there. I think a big drop chance there coming in favor of Pacific Group. The captain is still there alive.
Yes, and now imagine if he goes on to make a big score from here. Then the wicketkeeper will not be very, very happy, and his teammates will not be very happy with him either. He should make it count. He's gotten a life. Yes, make it count, play a long innings.
Played it and was steady out there. Now, this partnership is so crucial here for Team Pacific to ensure that they get to that 220, 230. I said have a conservative approach. Well, there are two things to this. Is the fact that if there is dew that comes in place, this wicket will be a lot relatively easier to bat on later on. Ball will skid on from the surface. Hurried onto him, and he was clueless as to what pace the ball will come at him. He was committed earlier on the shot. If you look at this, look at that, committed way too early on the shot. Glad that he did not let his bat had that follow through on the wickets. We have seen so many times in international cricket.
He was surprised by that short ball. Probably was not expecting it. Talking about dew, Asim, the match which was played, the previous match which was played day before yesterday had a considerable dew. That was the first time that we saw in this tournament where a dew really came in and it became very difficult for the bowling side. This has been edged. Goes on to third man. fielder at gully couldn't stop, gets a single.
Well, absolutely. Humidity levels have changed here, and so is the over. 4 gone, 9 for 1 Pacific Group. Zahid continuing here. So there are these variable bounds that is coming through here, Vivek. Now, I think finally the bowlers and all the rest of the teams who are watching, all the bowlers in their side will be really happy to see that they finally got some of, wicket of this sort that is actually supporting them. Otherwise, in the previous 12, 13 games, what you've seen is that it has been the night for the batsmen. They just come in and express themselves. Even of those good deliveries, they are getting dispatched for sixes and boundaries.
Yeah, it will be difficult to play on the rise. Plays it late, goes on to third man. The fielder's giving it a chase. Onto his right side, has to run a good 20 meters. Can't stop 2 runs.
Well, I think that's what is important here, is to position your fielders right. And alertness of the skipper is super important here. Is the fact that the wicket is a bit slower compared to the earlier ones. There is dryness, ball is holding onto the surface. You probably need men marshalling the boundaries a bit squarer than the regular fine positions. Because the batters is going to play late and the ball is going to travel a lot more squarer than fine.
Exactly, very nicely said. The ball will travel squarer and the square boundaries have to be protected. Especially on our left where the boundary is smaller because we are playing on the surface which is on the extreme left. This strip is on the extreme left of the square. So the surface on our left is a shorter boundary.
Well, definitely, yes, closer to the stands, but I think the boundaries seem to have been evenly measured here because the other side of the ground, the boundaries have been pulled in just to ensure that there is this balance out between both the ends. Still, there would be a difference out there of a few meters for sure. Look at that ball sticking on the surface, and it's not going to be easy driving here in Sharjah. And it's always not been easy driving in Sharjah anyways.
That's right. The 2 fielders on the onside are very interestingly placed. There is a mid-on which is slightly towards the batsman, and also there is a shot mid-wicket, more of a catching position. So I think they're listening to what we are saying. They needed a fielder on catching on the onside. That's what he had said in the beginning.
Nicely played there, straight down the ground. Babar Iqbal putting in that dive, a good one there. Excellent commitment towards that particular fielding. I'd say, I would probably take that slip out as well and get him in the catching position on the offside. Really, catching position means getting him on that carpet area, wherein those balls which are sticking onto the surface and popping off from the drive of the batters go straight into the bucket. That is probably the kind of approach that you would want to keep here. Keep attacking by getting those fielders in place. That will add value.
Yes, and bowling the right lengths, getting the batsman to drive rather than getting them on the front foot, rather than pushing them back.
This is so typical Jiju Janardhanan. A JJ flick of his bat and go straight to the square leg here. Excellent. This is pure timing. This is excellent stuff here from Jiju. End of the 5th over here. Pacific Group into the double figures. 16 for 1. Now, letting this passage of play is going to be very important here for Abhay Jotin, because we know that he has the capability of batting longer, batting deep, taking the game to the 40th over with his the position that he comes at, and that can be that plus that the Pacific Group wants him to perform today and get them to that particular total of 240 odd, and then challenge the Karwan batters with the spinners that they have. Nicely played uppishly towards the backward point region. Amir Hamza putting in that effort, but nothing will stop the batters from taking two there.
He's playing well, Abhay. He's waiting for the ball and playing it late, able to get it square off the wicket once again and gets 2 more runs. Good thinking by the young cricketer, aware of the match, aware of the conditions and the situation as well. Will have to play a longer innings. Played back to the bowler. Gauri has a round arm action. Bowls with a decent pace as well. Both the fielders now, Asim on fine leg as well as third man, are squarer.
Well, Gauri reminds you of that fast bowlers, typical fast bowlers hitting the deck hard, and I think always backed himself with that field setup, as you mentioned rightly, and immediately into action. I think he has always backed his abilities of hitting the deck hard, but at times you really need to be responsive to the conditions that are there in front of you and bowl according to that, because if you just say that I know just one thing about fast bowling and you stick to that, that might just go against you in terms of the overall the bowling figures that you might end up with. So you have to be really smart enough to adjust yourself and be in that particular situation. Again, digging it short there. Well, if fast bowlers can hit the right channel and bowl those excellent bouncers there on the helmet of the batters, such wickets can at times come into your rescue, because the ball is not going to hurry up onto the batters. But it should not only be the option to go with.
Yeah, sometimes the slow bounce surprises, and there is always a chance of mistiming. Spinners will be very important, Asim, because the ball is going to turn.
I just hope the spinners get to bowl at least 5 overs before the sun sets here. What that means is probably get a spinner in at the 8th over mark, maybe another over from the fast bowler, and get your spinners in. Meanwhile, end of over number 6 here. Pacific Group 21 for 1.
Zahid, to continue, has bowled 3 overs and taken a wicket.
Wide outside the off stump and throwing kitchen sink at it there. Abhay Jotin gets his first boundary. Now this is good shot here coming in from the young chap. Look at that. Look at the width on offer. It was a wide delivery had he left that, but he said, no, I am going to make full use of this bat ball and get my eye set in. And what's the good part about it is that he didn't play it aerial, played it down the ground, complete control, middle of the bat. That boosts the confidence.
Yes, a good shot, reached out for it. It was way outside the off stump, rolled his wrists over the ball, placed it perfectly between the fielder at cover and the point. Gets a boundary for himself.
Shot. If that was 10 on 10, this is 20 on 10. This is excellent, exquisite drive here coming in from Abhay Jotin. It was pitched up. It was a half volley meant to be hit. And the best part about that shot is the way he pierced the gap.
A treat to watch. A shot from a batsman who is in form.
There was a 10-meter gap between the two fielders there, and he hit it exactly at the median.
Carrying on from where he left in his last innings, he made 87. And carrying on from there today, playing well on the 15 of 20 deliveries.
Zahid here into his fourth over. I think relatively expensive here with the knowing the fact that the wicket is not so easy for the batters out here today, and a very strange sort of a move, I would say. Not a so typical Sharjah track.
Came in slowly onto him and was not able to time it at all. Kept a shade low as well. So this is what we've been saying.
Well, these intermittent variable bounces that are going to be there, it's going to be there throughout the match. It's all about how you are managing your shot selection, how you are calculating the scores that is on board, how are you planning out the next passage of play. That is going to be the difference maker between the two sides. Who does it better takes the game away.
Yes, that's right, and it's very important for the batsman to watch the ball till the end, play it late, watch the bounce, watch where it is headed. Lets it go this time. Doesn't meddle with it. He already has 2 boundaries on this over. And he realizes that there is no need for any additional risks.
Absolutely there, Vivek. The 7th over here in progress, 29 for 1 at the moment. Abhay batting on 15 of 23, Jiju 11 of 15. I think I'd still say Pacific Group has got a good start here.
Yeah, they only lost 1 wicket, which is good.
If they continue at the 6 and over mark, I think they are on par, get closer to around that 45 mark at the 10 over stage, and you are all set and ready in terms of having a decent total on board, provided you don't lose any more wickets.
Wickets will be crucial. Onto the stumps and plays it back to the bowler. End of 7 overs now. 29 for 1 is a Pacific Group. That's the scoreboard for you. Jiju playing at 11 of 15 balls. Hamdan the only wicket to fall. He was caught for Khan bowled Zahid for 2. Abhay is batting really well, not out on 15. First ball off the next over. Bowled on to the stumps and plays it defensively. Gauri has been hitting the deck, trying to get some bounce. Zahid, on the other hand, from the other end, has been trying to move the ball in the air and have the batsman commit a mistake. Bowled a tad shot, goes onto the back foot, plays it towards the cover point, will not get any runs. A change in the com box. Nishant joins me. Welcome, Nishant.
Yes, thank you very much. Vivek, yes, Jiju. 11 of 17 is what he's batting on, and I think this is just about the kind of platform that he would want to set. That's a top edge. It's gone straight up in the air. And the catch is taken. So Gauri has finally managed to pick up a wicket here. And that is the big one of the captain. Jiju Janardhanan will be disappointed. And once again, pitch doing the trick.
That's right. This went miles in the air. It was, if there ever was a boundary or a six for height, this was definitely a six. But a well-judged catch. Jiju walks back, second wicket down, 29 for 2. Lovely catch by Lovepreet Singh. It was very, very high in the air. Got rid of the captain, Jiju. Unstunned on the left-handed batter is the next one. Has walked in, taking his guard. Will be happy, Gauri. He has also managed to put a wicket to his name along with his other bowling partner Zahid. Both the bowlers have 1 wicket apiece. Straight away there is an attacking field now. There is a first slip, a third slip and a gully. So looking to attack.
Three slips in place. And he bowls one and the tantalizing line outside the off stump. Good leave by Ansh. Hasn't been easy at all for the batters here.
Brings in another one now. 3 slips and a gully. Looks like a test match field.
Nicely pushed away there by Ansh. He will pick up a couple of runs. So he's off the mark then.
A good looking shot. There was no fielder on the long off mid off region. 3 slips and a gully. Gauri will have to get, if he's able to generate some movement away from the left-hander, it can be dangerous.
Looks like that's the end of the over as well. 8 overs bowled. It's 31 for the loss of 2 wickets now. So change in the bowling as Sardar Behzad comes into the attack now. And Abhay Jotin, I think he's suited to this kind of play. He likes to take his time. He likes to bat deep, bat long. And it will be interesting to see how does Sardar, how effective does he prove to be on this wicket, because it's going to be a wicket which will probably help him, because he's not that very quick. He won't bowl a heavy ball. He'll just release the ball. Sometimes there are wickets where you only have to release the ball, don't do anything, let the wicket do the talking.
Yes, and he's getting some swing as well. He's getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. If he's able to induce a drive and an edge, he can be dangerous. The fielder at slip, I believe, should be a little more wide to my liking. Should be somewhere around the 1.5 or even at second slip.
That's cut well, but straight to the fielder. Another single there, and brings Ansh on strike. Yes, Jiju was very disappointed on losing the toss. His reaction was very, very exaggerated. But I mean, I did tell him during that conversation that you know, you never know. Teams have managed to defend well. If there is no dew, they might be in with a good chance.
Yes, a dew will be very, very important here. If there is no dew, then things will change a lot. And if there is dew, then the game plan changes totally. Coming around the wicket now, Sardar Behzad bowling to Ansh Tandon. With the angle on to his pads. The fielder at fine leg is deep. And so is the third man. Taking the slip away. Just in the last over, they had 3 slips and a gully for him. And now suddenly there is no slip for the left-hander. Maybe a good ploy to have that fielder in catching.
Yes, that is a very good ploy indeed. That comes back in, but I think impact outside off.
May also have been a slight inside edge, maybe.
Probably both. That is the end of the over. The 9 overs bowled, 32 for 2. Gauri into his 5th over here. Easy single to start with. Now, let's see whether for the left-hander, Gauri has the same aggressive field that he had in the previous over. Well, Shahbaz didn't have 3 slips, but Gauri did. So now Gauri is not going to have.
Yeah, 1 slip and a gully. There is a fielder running in from third man, but I don't think he's going to come into the circle. He does come into the circle, so he will have 3 fielders catching 2 slips and a gully. There will be no third man.
Tickle away fine. Very nicely done there by Ansh. Very risky, yes, but proved to be very effective there.
What's the point of bringing 2 slips and a gully and then bowl outside the leg stump? Clearly not a good ball. Should have maintained his line outside the off stump and try to induce an edge. Easy pickings for Ansh. Moves on to 6 now of 6 deliveries.
And that's more the line that he has to bowl with the slip cordon in place. Has to tempt Ansh to play through the covers. And make it more test match maybe. Remove that fielder at extra cover.
Yes, if you remove the fielder at extra cover, you actually invite the batsman to play a cover drive, and then you have more chances of getting the outside edge. Because as of now, Anshu will be very happy leaving all the deliveries outside the off stump and letting it go back to the wicketkeeper.
Just like that. I think might not be a bad idea to actually remove that extra cover fielder and probably have him at short fine leg, bowl a short ball just to confuse the batsman a little bit, and then push one outside the off stump.
Yeah, or better bring him on a catching position to short mid-on. Continuing with 2 slips and a gully.
There's a little bit of animated appeal there. Absolutely nothing. Furkan, he was interested, but the bowler was not.
Slow bouncer and the ball kept low. That's been the hallmark of shorter deliveries today, the ball keeping low. A bit of a double bounce track. Sometimes the ball really keeps low and sometimes it comes onto the bat. Change of sides now. He will bowl the last ball of his over around the wicket to the left-hander. Let's it go to the wicket-keeper and end of the over now. 10 overs gone, 37 for 2.
That's a power play. There was a tickle down the leg side there. And Jiju played some lovely shots. Joined in by Anuj, in fact, Abhay Jotin. And then that was the leading edge. Definitely wouldn't have wanted that to happen. And after that, left and right combination, just trying to stick around.
Sardar Behzad continuing his spell from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. Bowls at a comfortable pace, gets the ball to move away from the right-hander. This has been pulled and handsomely over the square leg boundary. This will be a maximum from the bat of Abhay Jotin.
This came out of nowhere. And just imagine what must be going through his mind here. Abhay Jotin, that he straight away decided to attack after the power play was over. Probably he's just trying to play a couple of shots so that the opposing captain Babar is forced to get a few fielders outside the circle and open up the spaces which he can start playing around with, picking up singles.
Yeah, it was a bad delivery. He had a packed offside field, and he bowls a short one there. Gives all the time in the world to Abhay to play it over the square leg boundary for a 6. There was no risk in this shot, Nishant, because there were no fielders at the boundary on the leg side. It was a safe shot. And at the pace at which Sardar bowls, at that pace, it's an easy shot to play.
Yes, he got the opportunity, he took it. Took it with both hands there. Sardar. But I really wonder, why did he need to bowl short? Let's wait and watch. What does Sardar respond with? Just checking the field there. Oh, the ball has come, it seems.
Yeah, the ball came back. They had changed the ball, umpires, and they'd taken a different one. But I think since this one comes back, they will prefer to continue with the one that came back from the outside of the stadium, because that's the ball that with which the match was being played. This is a better line and a better length. Outside the off-stump, bowled at a good length spot, goes on the back foot, punches it comfortably. With all these fielders in the circle on the offside, this is the line which needs to be bowled, especially when the ball is swinging a little bit.
Yes, there is quite a bit of a movement. Oh, outside edge and dropped again. I think there was an edge. What do you reckon, Vivek?
Well, we'll have to see it in the replay. Not sure. Not sure if there was an edge. He wanted to run it down to the third man, didn't quite get hold of it.
Yes, maybe not, just jumped the gun there.
The wicketkeeper has dropped a catch already though, which was Jiju's catch.
Goes back and defends it. So even with them not with the pitch not really ideal for batting, out of the 43 runs they've scored 5 boundaries and a 6. More than 50% of the runs have come in boundaries.
And another boundary. This has pierced the gap between the backward point and the cover fielder. The ball races away beyond the ropes, gets 4 more runs. Abhay Jyotin, beautiful batting by him so far. Goes back onto the back foot, makes use of the width which was offered, plays it to the right of that fielder. No chance for anyone to stop that one.
Excellent shot there from Abhay. (27 of 34) is batting at a decent clip. 6 fours and a 6 so far in the innings. Good leave. That will be the end of the over. 11 bowled, 47 for 2. Easily pushed away for a quick single by Ansh. He moves on to 7. Abhay has looked very comfortable in the middle. He looked the same in the previous game as well when he got those 80-odd runs, I think.
A brilliant 87 by Abhay Jyotin in the last match that he played. And looks like he has continued from where he left in the previous game. Another good looking cover drive. There is protection in the deep. Single to Abhay, moves on to 28 now. Kohli is into his 6th over. We haven't seen spinners so far. Just a matter of time, I think.
Yes, 12 overs already. No sign of spin. I wonder what is in the mind of Babar here. Oh, he hasn't timed that one. But fortunately for him, it was over the infield. He'll manage to pick up a couple. And that's 50 up for Pacific Group.
Both the youngsters are running really fast between the wickets. And that's been the hallmark of this partnership. 22 runs they have added so far. still building this partnership. A long innings is required.
Back of a length again, pushed back to the bowler. This bowling from the Bukhatir end, where the batsman standing right now, just near his leg, around somewhere between full and good length area. There is a bit of a spot. That's a good leave. Very well thought.
Yeah, he almost attempted to play and then last minute checked himself, did not throw his bat onto the ball.
There's been called a no ball for overstepping. Saif is not happy. Oh, clearly a no ball.
By a big margin. No ball by a big margin. And a free hit.
I've never really understood arguing about your landing with the umpire. He goes to the big shot, straight up. Wicketkeeper coming underneath it. They will pick up a single. I mean, as a bowler, yes, I would like to know where my foot landed. But that should be the end of the discussion.
Yes, an umpire is not going to change his decision. There's no point arguing about it because the decision has been made. It's not that you will justify or have a discussion and then umpire will reverse his decision. That doesn't happen. If it's been given a no ball, it is a no ball. There's no way that it's going to get reversed.
For anything else, having a discussion with the umpire, I can still understand. But for landing, I don't think, because as a bowler, you're not focused on where your foot is in your delivery stride. You are focused on where you're going to land the ball.
That's right. Another short ball has been pulled towards fine leg. Away gets a single. Ansh will be slightly unhappy that he didn't capitalize on that free hit. End of 12 overs now. Pacific Global is 54 for 2. Still no sign of spin. 12 overs have gone. Sardar Hazard to continue gentle outswingers outside the off stump, dangling his bat, trying to feel for the ball outside the off stump. Abhay, lucky that he didn't get an edge.
'29 of 38 is what Abhay is batting on. Outside edge. And that is a boundary.
This is what he was trying in the previous ball as well. Didn't carry to the fielder to the slip. He was, I think, a tad too deep for this catch, and the ball wasn't taking off from the surface. It was a ball that had kept low. But this will keep Sardar Behzad interested. He will be happy to see this in a way, because he will sense an opportunity here.
Listen, you have to understand the pace at which Sardar Behzad is bowling. Cut away brilliantly. That's much more convincing, but it's cut off in the deep. So they'll pick up 2. The slip fielders have to adjust their standing positions depending on the bowler is bowling. Gentle medium pacer, Sardar Behzad, no point standing so deep.
Yes, the ball will not carry unless it's a wicket, unless it's a very hard surface where the ball is taking off. A gentle push to the point region, gets a single.
Well, now the fielder is standing a little straighter, a little finer, but is still a couple of steps deep, I think.
Yeah, the ball will not carry. Good running between the wickets. Even the last single was taken. There was good understanding and a very quick run taken by both these batsmen. Left-hander comes onto the strike. There is no slip for him. The ball is obviously going to come into him. Plays it uppishly and deliberately. One bounce goes on, or is it a 6? Oh, it is a 6. It's been signaled a 6. A brilliant shot. There was width outside the off stump, making full use of this. Throwing his arms at the ball, slashing hard. Gets 6 runs for himself and his team, on scoring at a strike rate of 100. He is on 16 of 16 balls.
I think they've decided to take the attack to Sardar Behzad. They want to take him off the attack here. Slow delivery, defensively played. 13 overs bowled, 67 for 2. First signs of spin. Sunny in the attack. Starts off with a full toss. Of course, both Vivek and me, we've been really absolutely shouting to get a spinner into the attack. The spinner comes in, bowls a full toss first ball.
For him to take advantage of the wicket, he will have to land the ball, because there's no way he can take advantage of a wicket, of a surface that turns by bowling full toss. But I think this was the first ball. It was a loosener. He will definitely start bowling into the right areas. Coming in around the wicket for the left-hander now. The fielder at long off comes in into the circle and comes on to mid-off. Pushes it towards the third man region, will take 2 runs for sure. They're not running fast enough for 3. Scoring at a good pace, Ansh.
Eighteen of 18. He's got a very interesting way to deliver the ball as an off spinner. Not very conventional. Oh, turn. There's the turn that you were talking about, Vivek.
That's why we were harping upon getting the spinners in early. Have taken a tad too long to introduce spin. Straight away a fielder coming in close to the bat, coming on to the second slip, catching position. A good ploy by the captain.
Again, he gets the ball to turn. Playing inside the line there, Ansh. I'd really like to see him bowl an arm ball because I have a feeling that there's not going to be much change in his wrist when he bowls that arm ball. Because I think that Ansh was playing for the arm ball on this delivery.
Now, he was definitely not playing for the spin for sure. Should get him to drive. Pitch it up, getting to drive. No, that's not the length. Get him to drive onto the covers, entice him with a little bit of a flight, and bring that outside edge into play.
He's a former captain of the Bukhatir League teams. In our com box, mentioned that he would have started off with spin had he been playing on this wicket. Let's ask him.
This is the arm ball, quicker through the air, played on to the short mid-wicket fielder. Will not get any runs here. That brings us to the end of 14 overs now, 71 for 2, Pacific Global.
Vakas into the attack now after the drinks break. And into the com box is Asim, the person I was talking about just before saying a temporary goodbye to Vivek.
Thank you, Nishant. Now, what's interesting is the fact that Vakas will love bowling on this track. Someone who doesn't turn the ball, it will be interesting if it was the wicket that was an issue or whether it's the way he bowls. And if a spinner cannot turn on this track, well, I think you probably have that attribute against that, which is against your name as a spinner, to be removed.
Yes, you can call yourself right arm slow.
Absolutely. Left arm slow, right arm slow. Can't spin the ball, you can't have that tag against you. As simple as that. And what's more interesting is the fact that Karwan has trusted Vakas yet again in this game. So continues 3 games here for Vakas. Played upish in the gap, and that's been driven handsomely by Ansh Tandon for a boundary. He has a smile on his face there, Vakas, but it was an over-pitch delivery. You can't be just getting away from that. Look at that exquisite shot in the gap. For a moment, Vakas felt that it was going straight to the fielder. Not to be so. It was played beautifully there by Ansh. Now, on a wicket that is very challenging here for the batters. Look at the strike rate at which Ansh is batting at the moment. 23 deliveries for his 24.
He's been absolutely on top of things. Didn't start off as well as he would have liked to, but then has really picked up brilliantly.
Well, I was out there during the break to understand how the conditions are at the moment. And trust me, meanwhile, quick single taken there. Working towards the extra cover, Kamarawan. Kamarawan has been associated with this game of around 25 years now. 25 years easily. And out of which he's played a lot of competitive cricket in the GCC in Pakistan. And represented the Saudi national team as well.
A lot of experience there, and that's been nicely driven by Abhay.
Well, I think not among those. Well, we'll talk about that later, but what happened to Nadir Hussein's orange shoes? It looks like he didn't win today. As the leading player with the maximum number of steps on the ground. Nonetheless, 15 gone here, 79 for 2. Loud appeal there. You just don't look at the impact and then take a decision. Look at that. Ball spinning square and definitely going down the leg. So a wise call there. But what's more interesting is the appeal coming in from the slip fielder. Well, if there was an inside edge coming on to the pad and then that was ricocheted to the slip cordon, well, umpire says that's not out. Well, LBW was certainly a loud shout there from Sunny Azam. Now he's spinning the ball, and that's what the role of a spinner is. Spin the ball. Just as the name says.
Yeah, he is doing that, Sunny, at least. Abhay, 39 of 47. Now the drive that Abhay played in the previous over of Vakas through the offside, especially on this wicket, the way he drove it away from the body just goes to show that even he is confident that the ball is not going to turn.
Well, absolutely, and if they have watched his bowling, like because of these courtesy this live streamed matches which we have the records of, if you go back and check how he has bowled, I mean, no danger whatsoever coming in from that left arm spinner. So I think that move of making Asif Hayat sit in this game, I think that's going to haunt them.
Ansh has been a runner ball, which has been brilliant indeed. Yes, Asif Hayat bowled well in the previous game as well.
And for the fact that Asif Hayat turns the ball, the conventional off break, he turns them. And the fact that he has those excellent delivery there from Sunny Azam. Look at that. Pitching, gripping and turning away from the left-hander. Now we have seen, how many times have we seen an off-break bowler get enough turn coming around the wicket? You can see that turn coming in when he's bowling over the wicket, but from around the wicket with the angle cutting in, it becomes really difficult for an off-break bowler to get the ball turned.
And when it does, he becomes so dangerous. A little too straight this time, tucked away.
Well,
Single will end the over. 16 bowled 81 for 2.
played it straight, and that will be a boundary here for Ansh Tandon. So he's batting at a brisk pace here, in excess of the strike rate of in excess of 100. 30 of 28. So bad deliveries had been dispatched here by the Pacific batters, and I think it's a right ploy here coming in. A bowler who does not threaten the batters too much. Even the right-handers have felt a lot more comfort, batted a lot with a lot more comfort there against him. I think he'll have to think out of the box here.
That's another defensive prod this time by Ansh. So Ansh is definitely trying to ensure that whenever a few dot balls are bowled, he just releases the pressure. That was it uppishly. But no damage done.
On such surface, challenge the batters as much as possible. A lot better here coming in from Waqas. Still not able to get that turn that he's looking for. I think he'll have to bowl a lot more slower, I would say. Let the batsman step up. Get that loop in the air. Lot better. Look at that. That is what turn does to you. You turn the ball and look at the damage. Look at the magic here. Out of nowhere, the ball spinning at the right spot, and it's square spun there on that occasion.
He doesn't know what to respond. He doesn't know what to say about it. He's just standing there dumbfounded. He's got the ball to turn, Waqas, finally. And the moment he does it, he picks up a wicket. Ansh Tandon, they pass for 30 of 32 after a pretty good partnership with Jotton.
New man in there is Aman Arshad. Now, I think he needs to assess himself here, Vakas. The wicket that he got through was through turn. Turn is crucial. You are a spinner, you need to turn the ball.
Let's see if he manages to read that himself. End of the over, 17 bowled, 85 for 3.
Playing towards the onside there, a single taken. Nader Hussain, the 12th man, is in action at the moment. So Mohammad Salman didn't get a game today here. Was a surprise move that Mohammad Salman and Asif Hayat, who have been pick of the bowlers in 2 consecutive matches for them, have been rested here today. Meanwhile, excellent looking shot here from Aman Arshad. Gets off the mark with a couple, and I've heard a lot about him, that he's played a lot of quality cricket for Islamabad. Now, what would be more interesting is how he makes that statement out here.
Yes, a new place, new conditions, probably not very different from home. But, yeah, this could be a challenge. And I really like the field with which Sunny is bowling here. He's got a slip, he's got a leg slip. So he's not really leaving out any corner from where he can pick up a wicket.
Absolutely, and I really like these unorthodox field setups which are there, and what it does is it really plays with the mind of the batters as to what is coming through to them. And these confused state of mind gets you wickets. That forces the batsman to make an error. Stand tall, and I really love the way Abhay Jotin is batting here. Very sensible in his approach, very picky about his shots, just doesn't get carried away unless he is way too tired, that we saw in that match against Interglobe Marine.
He should have held on to that one. Let's it go for a single. So when you've picked up a wicket, you really want to bowl at one particular batsman, and that is something that you need to ensure by stopping those singles. Straight to the fielder again. 5 runs off the over, 18 bowled, 90 for 3.
Good looking shot here from Abhay Jotin. There was a big gap there. Mozam Hayat standing way too straight, and with the ball turning away from the right-hander, you always want your long off to be slightly wider. Otherwise, the entire essence of having that short mid-on in place, it completely gets nullified. It doesn't make sense because you are enticing the batsman to pick that gap.
A nice loop there from Vakas. Yes, you've got to really ensure that when you implement a plan, you implement the plan in its entirety.
Absolutely. You got to be making sense out of every move that you're doing. See, it paying off or not paying off doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. But what matters is how you are trying to force the batsman to work onto your plan. Lot better. Vakas, you got to bowl slower. You're getting the turn off the surface. No one's against you. It is just that the length and the line, the pace at which things were being bowled earlier were not making justice to this surface. Look at that. Ball slow in the air. You're getting the turn. That's what invites trouble for the batters.
I think it's good to see that he's settling into a rhythm now. And for spinners also, it's all about rhythm. There you go. That's 4 in this delivery that he has managed to get some turn off. So 19 bowled, 92 for 3.
An ambitious appeal here coming in, way away from the bat there. Good bowling here.
Yes, I think our discussion just got lost. I was trying to ascertain if they have any other spinning options in the side. Asim, throw some light if you can.
Well, I think the only option that is left out here is Babar Iqbal, who's going to definitely come in and roll in a few overs here. But what has been a consistent problem is the fact that he's not able to hit the right lengths regularly, which would invite trouble. Now, this is where, if he tosses the ball in the air, the one that comes in from the first floor, that can make a difference here and can push the batters to, that forced error out of desperation, that he's not able to connect a ball, because those deliveries are even difficult to get to singles as well. What that does is they'll have to step out and play, and that's where the turn will come and play.
And then you say that when those flighted deliveries that come from first floor, I wonder which floor does Adil bowl from. Stifled appeal there, but going down the leg side. And I would be really interested to see Adil bowl on this wicket.
Well, definitely. And even if you ask good quality batters, what is that one delivery that is the most troublesome? They'll see any delivery that comes, above my eye line. As simple as that. That's the basic of any batters to be getting disturbed. Those deliveries will entice, but at the same time, a good batter will always say, I want the ball to be in my sight all the time.
5 dot balls here from Sunny in this over. Very tidy. That's what you want. Bowl an entire over to one batsman. Set him up. There's a shot, silly mid-off in position now. And it's a maiden over from Sunny. 20 overs bowled, 92 for 3. Vakas to continue then. 1 for 14 in his 3 overs. Things have definitely slowed down after the wicket of Ansh. Abhay there waited, and still the ball didn't come to him.
Absolutely, and we've been stressing a lot more on holding on to wickets. It's very important because the conditions when they were drier, it was all about bowlers getting on top of things. Short delivery, waited, and then cut away for a single. So as I say about the conditions out there, dew is definitely going to come in play. It's going to be tougher for the batters, for the bowlers to actually grip the ball later on. But had that not been the case, if the conditions were drier, it would have been a different ball game altogether. The toss would have really not mattered a lot.
Probably batting, in fact, bowling second would have been more effective. I mean, there's really very difficult to predict. Flattish delivery this time, driven but straight to the fielder.
Absolutely, and having said that, Nishant, teams after looking at this wicket and not playing an extra spinner is something that really pushes me down. I really can't justify that move of not playing Lakshman Manjrekar today.
I think more than the pitch, they played to the toss. Because I have a feeling that Pacific Group didn't want to lose, in fact, Karwan, beg your pardon, didn't want to lose the toss, bowl second and have 3 spinners in case there is dew. Probably did a little bit of overthinking there. 94 for 3 after 21.
Well, single taken of the first ball, and to have that discussion taken forward, will be a change in the voice here. Replacing Nishant will be Vivek. Vivek, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Asim. I was taking a walk around during my break outside, and you rightly pointed out it is really humid out there. Dew is going to come in all probability.
Absolutely, and what that says is that I would like to actually go against my own say initially that toss will not matter, but now as the dew is coming in play, it will be really tough for the spinners to actually come in because the ball is going to come onto the bat relatively more easier than what it was in the initial 20 odd overs. However, it's important to see here what sort of total does Pacific Group puts in. Anything in excess of 240 will be a challenging one for Karwan to get it. Beautiful delivery. That's a carom ball there coming in from Sunny Azam.
Good variety. Not easy to play spin on this track, as we have been saying. You can already see the footmarks and you can see the wicket breaking up a little bit.
Well, I think I really love this fact that you need to have those challenging wickets in play as well, because just flat tracks, ball easily coming onto the bat, it really puts those good bowlers out of equation as well. I mean, it's a challenge, yes, for the bowlers to perform in those conditions, but yes, when and how are you going to challenge the batters? When the ball is easily coming onto the bat, everyone's going to have a go after it. Becomes relatively easier. When it's challenging, this is where the actual character of a batter is gauged.
It's turning a long way. may not be a bad idea to get a short leg or a silly point in place, the way the ball is bouncing and turning. 22 overs gone, 97 for 3 Pacific Group.
So Waqas continuing here from the Sharjah Academy end. Nicely placed towards the covers. Be a single there. What's more interesting is that they are not lacking behind in terms of their run rate here. Even though the wicket is more bowler friendly, I think scoring at 4.4 and over is very good at the moment. And what is more important is the fact that how they have managed to hold on to their wickets. And meanwhile, excellent looking shot here off the back foot. Look at that. Checking the length of the ball pretty early there, Abhay Jotin, and gets a boundary, and in fact gets to his 50 as well. Excellent knock here by the young chap.
Just a few inches short and rocks onto that back foot, plays it into that huge gap, makes full use of the short length delivery, reaches a well-made half century. He has batted really, really well throughout his innings. Rocks onto the back foot this time and goes on to the offside. Gets a single. Good batting performance, has waited for the ball, did not try to reach it, and also waited for the loose deliveries to put them away.
Nicely worked around there, excellent delivery. After getting hit for a boundary, improvising on his length there, Waqas into his 5th over, got that important wicket of Ansh Tandon, disturbing that the partnership that was disturbing their entire momentum, lefty-righty combination. Good delivery, tossed up in the air and did not get enough, did not get connection at all there, Aman Arshad.
Yes, he's not been hitting big shots, and that's why I think Waqas tossed it up just to test him a little bit. There is a gap between the cover and the sweeper cover and the long off fielder.
Good ball there, excellent delivery, and a good commitment there from Saif Ghori. You don't usually see fast bowlers fielding in those crucial positions, point region, and he was quick enough. End of over number 23 with the help of 2 extras here. Pacific Group 104 for 3. Well, good delivery there. Turning square. We'll have to wait for the decision of the umpire. It's wide called. Yeah, I think that's what the rule is all about. But I think overall a good delivery coming through. Went down the leg side, but I'd say that was the right in bowling it with the right intention there. And Vivek, there's one thing that I really find it surprising, that the ball is turning square and you don't have a leg slip in place. Orthodox slip will not be in action as much as a leg slip would be. Played upish. There is fielder in place. And Aman Arshad was interested in taking that single, was rightly sent back by Abhay Jotin. And this is a stage where you do not want to run yourself out.
Yes, it's very crucial to keep the wickets intact for those last overs. And you were right, there needs to be a leg slip and maybe even another catching fielder on the onside.
Nicely played towards cover. He looks really handsome when he's playing those drives and in complete control of the shot. So back-to-back 50s here coming in for Abhay Jotin, one of those twin Jotin brothers. Batting really sensibly here. Meanwhile, Aman Arshad face 18 deliveries for his 8. Pushed it backward point. Lovepreet Singh comes into play. Dot ball here.
There's no need to do anything extravagant. Keep waiting for the loose ball. Take those singles and doubles. Again, tossed up onto the pads. This one has gone towards fine leg. A good single to bring Abhay on strike.
Well, I would not be surprised if Babar Iqbal comes in to bowl a few overs here just to test the patience of the batters. That's where he might entice and bring in that chance of picking up another wicket. Meanwhile, played in the gap, balls racing away towards the boundary. This is excellent shot here. What execution coming in from Abhay Jotin. Knew the gap and pierced it perfectly.
Yes, it was a big gap towards the cow's corner. Again brings us back to the topic of the fielder in the slip. Do you really need him there? Do you really need a sweeper cover? Because the ball is turning square. Will that fielder ever come into play?
Well, sweeper cover, again, it's a very subjective and a debatable point. This is why you need a sweeper cover, Vivek. Anything that is pitched up and within the zone to be driven, this is where the sweeper cover comes in play. However, and we'll continue this chat after the break here. 24 overs gone, 113 for 3.
Tosses the ball up. Played defensively by Abhay. Vakas has been quite economical, 5 overs, and has only given away 23 runs. A tad less than 5 and over.
Vakas, captain, deciding that let him continue from that end. And I think they should get these overs done quickly here, because once Sapandeep Singh is out there, he really loves to play against spinners. I think that's something which they would be keeping in consideration, that Sapandeep can go really hard at spinners. I think they've kept him down. Usually an opening batsman there, Sapandeep. Meanwhile, played uppishly, and this is handsomely played there in the gap. Couple of bounces there, and a boundary towards extra cover.
Brilliant shot by Abhay. He has really impressed everybody today with his batting skills. Plays it into the gap with the spin, deliberately plays it up in the air to clear the infielders. Impressive batting performance. Got 87 runs in the last match, 61 not out today.
Excellent fielding of his own bowling there. 25 overs gone, 117 for 3, Pacific Group. Short delivery, and Babar Iqbal has been welcomed with a boundary. Gets himself on the attack here, and Aman Arshad accepting gleefully. Well, that's a short delivery meant to be pulled away. Look at that. Waited nicely, and what's more important is that he just played it aerial just to clear the field, and then ball raced away towards the Cows corner. 25.1. Pacific Group slightly picking up with their run rate here. 4.8 at the moment. Nicely placed for a single.
Interesting bowling action Babar has. He comes on to ball, and in his delivery stride, he just hangs on and pauses for a moment, and then he releases the ball. Quite interesting. They certainly needed spinners today, Karwan. This is a wicket tailor-made for good spinners.
This is good stuff. Tighter than before. Two men catching there. One is the orthodox short mid wicket, and then there is one catching man. Silly mid on. Off the back foot, straight to the fielder. Excellent stuff there by Savori.
Abhay would feel that he missed out. He had all the time in the world to go back and place it into the gap. Ended up hitting it to the fielder and did not get a run. Once again, unable to make use of that gap there on the offside. End of the 26th over, 122 for 3. Wakas to continue, tosses this ball up. A thickish outside edge, wanted to cover drive with Aman. Didn't quite get hold of that. Quick single there towards the left of the fielder in the covers. Very good running between the wickets. Good understanding between both these batters. They know that the fielder is a right-hander, but the ball went towards his left hand, and hence they quickly ran and took the single. There is turn in the wicket. The ball is turning.
Well, you need to turn the ball in order to make full use of the wicket. That's where I feel Nadir Hussain should have been included in the side. A wicket that is very conducive to his style of bowling, when he could have made the most out of it. The variations that he provides could have been very, very lethal.
Good wrist work. Waited till the end. He let the ball come on to his pads and then just dabbed it towards the backward square leg. Another good single. Last ball of the over coming up.
Nicely tossed up, a lot more impressive there by Waqas. The last 4 overs have been really good from him. Not sticking onto the flatter ones. 27 overs gone. Pacific Group 124 for 3. Well, this is what the Abhay show has been so far. Was pretty confident with those shots, and excellent shot selection. Best of the lot was the one that was the cover drive there. And that ball that brought up his 50. In fact, this was the one that got him to his 50 there. But overall, he has been a class act for Pacific Group. That's one good thing that has happened to them, as in the form of good scout. Abhay Jotin coming into their side, making that middle order really strong.
Back-to-back 50s for Abhay. Quick single. Good running. Babar into his second over, looking for wickets. Scoring at a comfortable pace, just under 5 runs and over. 4.6 is the current run rate. Good stop, good fielding effort there. At the short mid wicket, diving onto his left and stopping a single.
Well, tossing it up in the air there. Babar Iqbal continuing here. Fresh look Babar Iqbal. Well, that's reverse aging there for Babar Iqbal. Getting fitter and fitter day by day.
Aman to face. Slight change in the fielding. The fielder at the square leg has gone slightly finer. Trying to sweep, but this is a wide ball. Way outside the leg stump. A dangerous ball to ball. He doesn't have protection in the fine leg region.
Absolutely. A good connection there would have got him 4 good runs. Meanwhile, playing there. Worked around for a single towards fine leg. Now, this is good bowling, I would say, coming in from Babar Iqbal. He has 5 men on the onside. Short mid-wicket in the catching position. There is a short fine leg. There is a mid-wicket square leg and a long on. So that's something which is sticking to plans and forcing the batsman to play where the fielders are placed. That's good ploy here coming in from Babar. Immediately as he saw Abhay Jordan getting on strike, he got that mid-wicket fielder inside the circle. And for a change, we have Nadir Hussain back in his orange shoes. And looks like the app says that Nadir is the leading amongst those who have got the highest steps, immediately getting his orange shoes back.
Hard to miss the orange shoes. 2 more balls are to go from Babar in this over, looking to take wickets and stop runs. Just tucked around the corner, gets another single. Singles have been easy to come by. There hasn't been much of a contest in stopping the singles. 3 fielders in the circle. Three in the circle on the onside, 2 in the circle on the offside. Couldn't stop the single as well. End of the over, 28 overs gone now. Score is 130 for 3. The first ball was tossed up. Good use of the feet by Abhay. Taking it on a full toss and playing it towards extra cover, gets a single. Aman has been rather watchful. Has taken 29 deliveries to make 17 runs so far. Lot of overs are left in this game, in this innings. "21 overs after this one to go. Need to preserve wickets. Change in the com box, and Nishant joins me as Asim takes a short break.
Yeah, I was just about to churn out a Salman Khan line. स्वागत नहीं करोगे हमारा?
Swag से करेंगे आपका स्वागत. The next ball bowled on to the stumps, played defensively.
Spot on then. The bit of Bollywood in cricket, and Sharjah is the place which actually started this love affair between Bollywood and cricket. You could see a lot of Bollywood celebrities watching cricket in Sharjah in the 90s. We had that discussion with Mr. Mazhar Khan the other night as well. One of the most prominent figures who was always there was Anju Mahendru, 29 overs bowled is 133 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Tossed up, played comfortably too long on. Another single to Abhay and another great innings.
Oh, that's a very bad delivery from Babar. Too far down the leg side. Looking for some magic from the wicket, it seems.
Looking for some suicidal mistakes by the batsman. That's the only way they will get out on these kind of deliveries. Aman will be disappointed to have missed out on this ball because this was definitely a boundary ball.
That's a good shot. Cracking hit. I'm not sure the fielder is sure about whether that's gone all the way or is it a boundary. That looked very close. But a good shot there.
The moment he saw the ball being flighted, he stepped out. His eyes lit up, came down the wicket and played it straight down the ground, the safest place on the field for a 6. Rocks back onto the back foot and has punished this one, and this is going to go for a boundary. Another 4 runs added to Aman's score. He is now starting to accelerate.
Yes, the momentum is shifting in favor of the batting side, slowly but steadily. Nicely put away there. There was a bit of turn on that one, but it was a little too short from Babar. Watchfully defended. Another dot ball.
And rightfully so, he already got 10 runs in the previous 2 deliveries. But there is no need to be extravagant. Again off the back foot, a thickish outside edge. Should get 1 run. Three sixes have been hit so far by the Pacific Group batters in this innings. I think 2 of them have come from Abhay and 1 from Aman in this over. Coming around the wicket.
Well, Ansh also hit a 6. So I think it's 1 each for Ansh, Abhay, and now Aman. All A's, the 3 A's doing the job. End of the over then. 147 for 3. Some lovely moments in the game. That was a big one as Jiju Janardhanan was out caught. But after that, it has been all Pacific group. Been on top of things, completely in control of the innings. Ansh fell, but Aman has come in and has done a pretty good job here.
Just looking for a victory here, Pacific Group. Use of the feet and has been played towards the extra cover. No fielder. This will be another 4 runs. They are languishing towards the bottom half of the table and are definitely looking to get a big victory here tonight and improve their rankings.
Yes, they have to. This is the last game. It's a must-win game. And Aman, 33 of 35. On the other end, Karwan have won 1 match. So another win here will put them in good stead. They would want to do that as well. 150 has come up with that boundary. Vakas into his 9th.
I would say 280 or maybe even 300 is on the cards if they continue playing the way they are with wickets in hand. And generally it is said that in a 50-over game, you can safely double the score at the 30-over mark.
Absolutely. And that is one thing that will be there on their mind. Nicely played. Another single there. Aman 34 of 37. Almost run a ball.
Tossed up, once again played back to the bowler. This brings us to the end of the 31st over. The score is 154 for 3. Ansha played a really good innings, got out to a big turner, the ball pitching near the rough and turning back. Abhay Jotin has been a delight to watch. Some good shots coming in from Aman as well, making good use of the feet, getting that 6 in the last over. Back to live action. Attempted sweep by Abhay. The ball is outside the leg stump. A wide ball signaled. If he had connected, he would have definitely gotten 4 runs. There is no fine leg. A very dangerous ploy to ball outside the leg stump for an off spinner and then not even having a fine leg. Tossed it up. Straight to the fielder, no run.
Easily played away towards the onside. Pick up another single. So they're doing their job pretty nicely at this point in time.
Not taking big risks. Keeping it safe. Eyeing a score of 280. Maybe even more if they have wickets in hand. Is defensively no run this time. 3 more balls to come from Babar's over. Are we going to see another big hit in this over?
Down the leg side. Looks to go for the sweep there. Another wide. $156. Comes down the track, drives it into the gap, but will just be a single.
Aman has been impressive with his footwork. He uses his feet, comes down the track if the ball is tossed up. Makes a good use of his height. 35 he has scored of 41 balls. Abhay on strike. Last ball of the 4th over for Babar. He has already given away 28 runs. That's 7 runs and over almost. Changing the field now. He had 2 fielders. One was a wideish shot mid-on and one was mid-wicket. Rocks back on the back foot, plays it towards sweeper cover, will get a single. 32 overs gone, 157 for 3 Pacific Global. Proceedings to begin after the drinks break. Vakas bowling outside off stump. A packed field outside the off stump, on the offside, inside the circle. Two fielders on the boundary as well. And this has been played towards the deep mid-wicket, and a maximum, a slog sweep coming in from Abhay. Very, very well timed. Gets 6 runs for his team and for himself. He is now well set, seeing the ball clearly and knows exactly where the gaps are.
This time played away towards the onside for a single. 32.3 overs, 165 for 3. They're almost going at 5 and over right now, which I think is very good considering they're having a pretty good time in the middle. Put away. Straight to the fielder, dot ball.
Another dot ball. Abhay is on 80. He's looking good and looking for a 100 for himself. He missed out in the last game, got out at 87. Would definitely want to make amends today. Aman looking good too. He is at 36 of 43 deliveries. End of 33 overs now, 167 for 3, Pacific Group. Sunny being brought back into attack in place of Babar from the Bukhatir end. He has bowled 6 overs, given away 23 runs and has not taken a wicket yet. Current run rate is 5.06. They are definitely looking at 280 plus if they continue at this pace and if they don't lose any more wickets.
Again on the shorter side, nicely cut away, but they have got a fielder behind square, so that'll just be a single. .1, 168 for the loss of 3 wickets. Defended on the onside this time. Another dot ball. So Abhay, 87 in the previous game, 80 already here, which is pretty good to see.
Yes, he would definitely want to make amends and make 100 today. Sunny has been bowling well. He makes use of the crease, bowls from wide of the crease and tries to use that angle to bring the ball into the right-hander. This one pitched a tad short going on the back foot. Abhay plays it towards point. Will not get any run. The fielder on the onside at the boundary are long on, a cow's corner and also a deep square leg. This has been played on the offside. Nadeem at sweeper cover with his orange shoes. Picks up ball, sends it back to the bowler. One more run to Abhay.
37 of 44 for Aman. He too is inching towards what will be a very fine half century. Still some distance away. 12 runs now. 170 for 3.
Last ball coming up. Off this over. Once again played towards the sweeper. They have kept Nadeem busy on the boundary there 3 times in this over. The ball has gone towards him. Another single to end the over. 34 gone, 171 for 3. The bowling scorecard so far for KARWAN Cricket Club. Zahid opened the proceedings with Gauri. Both of them got 1 wicket each. Sardar bowled 3 overs, gave away 24, a tad expensive there. Sunny bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 27 runs. Waqas has bowled his full quota of 10 overs, has given away 47 and taken a wicket. Babar has bowled 4 overs, has been expensive as well. Gave away 30 runs at an economy of 7.5. Only 8 extras so far, 171 for 3 after 34 overs. Pacific Group are looking good for a big score here. Seam bowling is back into the attack from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium and Sharjah Cricket Academy, and beg your pardon. Abhay will be taking strike. Zahid will come in with his 5th over. Bowled quite well when he opened the proceedings. Was able to swing the ball. Well, let's see the breakthrough that KARWAN Cricket Club is looking for is going to come in this over or not.
They put together 88 runs now. That's pushed away for another single. Oh, they're coming back for 2. Good running between the wickets. Very good running between the wickets there.
Yes, Abhay has really been quick amongst the wickets and has looked really fit. In the previous game when he made 87, he was tired and he almost gave away his wicket out of being tired and sapped of energy. However, he has looked a little more fresh in this innings. Some changes in the field placement. Getting ready to face the second ball of this over. Opens the face of the bat and just dabs it towards the third man region. Takes a quick single. Abhay moves on to 85 now. He has 15 more runs to go from what will be a very well made century if he reaches there.
But what a knock this has been from Abhay. You have to give him credit for the way he is batted. We're all talking about how difficult this pitch is going to be. And look at the way he's done things right. Shortish delivery. Cut away for a single. Now Abhay is back on strike. 85 is what he's got. $85 for 109. That is slowly inching towards that leaderboard top position. Shortish delivery this time, looking to go for that cut shot. And getting a bit of an under edge there to the wicket keeper. Dot ball.
That's the thing to watch out, Nishant, because the ball doesn't always bounce a lot. It keeps a little low, especially if the bowler digs it in short. It doesn't fly off the deck. And that's why the bottom edge comes into play. Much better. Plays it with a straight bat this time. Opens the face of the bat towards third man. Gets a single.
So 173 runs for Abhay. And he's gone past Punya Mehra to the second position. Looks like the... Oh, no, not quite. Oh, the umpire is calling for something. Something on the pitch.
Running on the pitch. The wicket is wearing off a little bit. Umpires are mindful of the fact batters need to run off the wicket and not on it. Especially the danger zone marks. This has been cut very, very nicely. Good work there in the deep. Definitely saved the 2 runs for his team. Gauri, the fielder. Very well done. Just inches before the rope. That's the scoreboard so far. Jiju, Kotlofpreet bowled Gauri at 11. Hamdan couldn't do much. Just made 2 runs. Abhay batting beautifully at 86. Ansh was looking a tad dangerous but got out at 30. Aman is not out at 41 of 47 deliveries, 8 extras after 35 overs, 178 for 3.
.86 right now. Opens the face of the blade this time. Nicely done. As we see Sunny coming in to the attack again, and they're going for the third. There's good running between the wickets. So on that note, it's also time to welcome Asim back in the attack.
Thank you, Nishant. Really pleased to see these youngsters put in a show here. 96 the partnership's worth. We were talking about 240 being a par total, but looks a relatively an easier surface now to bat on, especially after the lights are on, after the dew is slightly coming in play. And just as we praised, it was almost the commentator's curse that hit the batters out there. Almost playing it in the hands of Sardar Behzad.
On the stumps, watchfully defended, another dot ball. I think Sunny is just trying to keep it tight.
Well, what's more interesting is that the way they have been really good between the wickets there. Running between the wickets has been spot on. And Abhay, Aman, they have not played a lot of cricket together. It's just this encounter and some WhatsApp chats, I would say, which has got them together maybe. Because one was on the other side of the border, the other one was the other side of the border, and you really come to this part of the world wherein you come and play in the same team. That has been the hallmark of UAE cricket over the years.
Clipped away, straight to the fielder there inside the circle, so no chance of a run. 36 bowled, 181 for 3.
Well, nudged around there. Dot ball. Zahid Ali is continuing here from the Sharjah Cricket Academy end. And very impressive run rate at the moment here. We've seen how teams have doubled the scoring when talking about the score at the 30-over mark. And from there on, and this is an ideal platform which has been set here by these two. 96 the partnership's worth.
Again, very full there. So Abhay missed out on 100 the last time, doesn't want to miss out this time around. He has got a great chance to really take the orange cap and make it his own. Not too far behind the top position there. Usman Khan has got 239. And Abhay now has 176. So he'll have to go past 150 if he wants to take it.
Well, I think it's a long tournament. There are, if Pacific Group makes it to the final 8 stages of the main tournament, they will have to make sure that they register a win today. That's very crucial, because they've lost the previous 2 encounters, and this is the last opportunity for them to put some points on the table. And this definitely is going to be a must-win game per se.
Full delivery this time. That has been flicked away. And they'll pick up a single, another run added to the tally. .183 into the 90s now, Abhay. Aman into the 40s, 9 runs away from a half century. Abhay 10 runs away from 100. Imagine them getting to their respective milestones by the end of the 40th over. What happens then? There'll be 3 down at the end of the 40th over with almost 200 runs on the board. They can really go bang bang in the last 10, Asim.
Well, good delivery there, pitching and getting some movement off the deck. And I think he rolled his arm over on that previous delivery. Now, again, I would really like to carry that discussion forward after this. Look at that. Slightly shaping in. And the discussion being of Nadir Hussain being omitted from the side yet again from the playing 11. Especially looking at the surface, drier in nature, gripping on. You would probably want a bowler like Nadir Hussain to be in your side, because the variations that he bowls those leg cutters which are really lethal.
Played away towards the offside. Another dot ball.
Well, when you closely look at the surface, the wicket there, it reminds you of those early Mumbai wickets which were there, especially the one that used to be like a fourth day wicket or a fifth day wicket on the Wankhede Stadium. I'm talking about the pre-renovation era, and the ball used to turn square, very difficult. People used to call it as a batting paradise, but with the condition that it's for the first 2 days only, and then it starts to be in favor of the bowlers. Meanwhile, 37 gone, Pacific Group 185 for 3. Well, at the end of 37 here, Pacific Group 185 for 3, and let's talk about the Sharjah Cricket Academy, how it has been the pivotal part of players' success. The recent recruit of the UAE side, 16-year-old, in fact 17-year-old Ayan Afzal Khan. He has made his T20 debut against Bangladesh today, and he ended up with the figures of 3 overs, 16 runs and 1 wicket. I think wouldn't have been a proud moment for his parents, his coaches, himself, his sister as well, who's been supporting him for quite some time now. We used to see the parents coming in, watching the game every time on the ground. So it's, I think, a really proud moment there for Afzal Khan, his family, and especially the coaching staff of Sharjah Cricket Academy. I would say excellent platform here being laid out by Sharjah Cricket Academy.
Yes, a huge shout out to him for very good figures. 1 for 16 in 3 overs. When the opponents have set a target of 159 to you, that means runs have been scored at about 8 and over, and you have conceded less than 6 in a T20 game. Fantastic.
I think that boosts confidence of this young chap, and having that sort of developed that sort of a feeling in minds of those senior UAE cricketers, the captain, the other senior players. It only comes through with your domestic cricket performance, and that has been really consistent as far as Ayan is concerned. And since the last, he started playing competitive cricket at the age of 14 against senior cricketers, and he invited trouble to all the best in the business here. Talk about Wasim, talk about Asif Khan, talk about Hafiz Kaleem, talk about any good hitter off the ball, any good batsman here in the domestic circuit. He has actually challenged them and, picked up their wickets, took up the challenge of bowling new ball. So, I think he has done his work really nicely, and a deserving candidate of that grey cap.
It must have been a proud moment when he got it. On the pads this time. And that has been tickled away very nicely by Abhay. Should look for 2. He will get it. He's inching away here.
Well, I think, and overall, if you look at the entire contribution of all these academies, all these training centers for cricket, I think this is a proud moment for everyone, regardless of which academy he comes in from. it's really a proud moment that homegrown cricketers are finding their way in the national side, which wasn't the case 10 years back. And a new trend line has been set here for these young cricketers. Is just come out, perform extraordinary, and get your chance to play for the national side. That's what Ayan has done. That's what Ansh Tandon has done. Aryan Lakra, for that matter. Vritya Arvind. You name these good young homegrown cricketers, and they have those who have proven themselves. Yes, there is a condition that apply. You have to prove yourself, and then you'll find your job. So nothing goes unnoticed in the eyes of the selectors, and I think a very, very good selection. I mean, there would definitely be some debates coming through that why at such a young age, but I would put it across in such a way, why not? Meanwhile, it's up in the air. And Kamaravan comes underneath it. The slow one has done the damage here. So enticing the batter to go after the bowling with that long on coming inside. And Kamaravan immediately into the action there. Slower delivery. Played it a bit too earlier.
Just the kind of pitch where the slow deliveries will work wonders. And it is done so. Misses out on a half century here. Aman will be disappointed, and Kamaravan using his Kamar to good effect there.
Aman Arshad out for 43 of 55, and Zahid has picked up his second. 3 boundaries and 1 6 in his innings, and that's a good partnership coming to an end here. Off the back foot, punched, and a misfield will result in at least 2 runs there for Abhay Jotin. That will move his score to 96. So we were talking about those homegrown cricketers there, Nishant. How well things have, the entire system has evolved. And that's what the beauty is that you have the opportunity, come out, perform, deliver consistently, show that consistency, fitness, that has been the key.
Yes, efforts and dedication take you a long way. Opening the face of the blade there, fumble by the fielder will allow the single, and looks like he's hurt himself as well. Oh, he's hurt himself bad, it seems. Very nicely done there. He tried to make the save. And not very sure what happened there. Probably bad landing. Probably. Just twisting his knee there. And the physio will run in, and let's hope he manages to get up fine.
Well, that's what you're talking about there. Ayan getting his cap, making his debut for the UAE team from Vritya Arvind. And everyone has that smile, knowing the fact that he's the youngest among all. And everyone, for that fact, knows that how much effort has gone into he getting that grade. It is a moment to remember for him, for his family, especially for his father, who has been acting as his coach, who's been that backbone that any child would want behind his career. And that's what Afzal Khan has done for Ayan. That coach come father figure. And when you have a father who's your coach, there's nothing personal that can be taken.
Off the outside half there. And it is going to be a single. So Sapandeep will get off the mark with that. Yes, father coaching you can get a little strict at times as well.
Well, definitely, and I have seen that with my own eyes live in the match. If anything, wrong has happened, yes, there have been instances wherein, could have been pushed a slightly bit more. But having said that, you've got to be understanding the fact that what sort of repercussions that has on the child as a father and as a cricketer.
Nicely pushed away.
This is excellent running here, stealing 2 runs. They knew that they want to take 2 because it wasn't timed so hard that it'll race away to the fielder quickly. That was Salman, the substitute fielder. When he's come as a substitute, that means that he's not injured. That means it was a forced change that came through. And very surprising move as well. Meanwhile, Abhay, 1 shot of a ton. He's batted so beautifully, so confidently. Complete control of his innings. Faced 125 deliveries for his 99. Here we go. Played Upesh in the gap, and that's a ton. Well-deserved 100 for Abhay Jotin. Helmets off. And that's the applaud coming in from the dugout. Everyone standing, applauding him. This is a brilliant innings there. Everyone's happy, and why not? Someone who is coming out from the domestic circuit in India and performing runs, it is a very rare thing that we've witnessed here in UAE. We have seen failures more than the success that we've seen here in UAE. Very few of them immediately making impact. Abhay Jotin is one of them.
Yes, a brilliant knock here. No two ways about it. This 100 has come on a tricky surface. And it has really come at a very crucial time in a must-win match for Pacific Group.
Well, wearing that helmet of sunrises and has been a star after the sun has set.
And he has been there since the time the sun was out. Pretty long innings this from him.
$102 here for him. Now, what will be interesting to see is how he will take this forward here. Will he try to bat through and let Sapandeep take the charge, or whether he will take it himself?
I think till about the 44th, 45th over, he can let the others take charge. And then in the last 5 overs, he can cut loose.
Usually in a 50-over game, we've seen that once a batsman reaches that 100-run mark, then he decides, let me cut loose now. and try to get maximum out of it. But one thing that they don't realize is the fact that if they lose him out with around 8 overs and spare, there is a high chance of a collapse that can happen.
Yes, that is why he should just focus on the next 5-6 overs, try and keep giving the strike to the other person. But Sapandeep then has to definitely take charge. He cannot really hold back at all. Or just as we say,
Charge taken, and that's a big one there. From Sapandeep Singh, he has announced his arrival here.
what a cracking shot that was.
A natural opener, accommodating as a finisher here. And how well he struck that. Look at that monstrous hit. He didn't have a massive distance there, but look at the elevation there on that shot.
Yes, he has the looks of a hard hitter. A very imposing figure on the cricket field, Sapandeep.
Played it nicely, played it late in the gap. Lovepreet Singh putting in the effort. Just a single.
What lovely bat speed there in that shot from Sapandeep.
Well, that's one of the reasons. I mean, if you observe closely, an ideal candidate to open the innings, especially in a T20 format, who can probably have that impact of that high-speed backlift coming in play. And those shots that he plays square of the wicket, something very difficult to stop. And this, well, asking for a wide there, but felt it came over the glove.
I think maybe the t-shirt, but it did come off something for sure.
Because there was a relatively evident movement there after it was very close to the batter, indicating there was something involved which didn't let.
Last ball of the over. Oh, inside edge. And it will be a dot ball. 40 overs bowled. 206 for the loss of 4 wickets.
That's Abhay Jotin at knock, unbeaten, 103. Look at that, complete control on his shots there. This was one wherein he was a bit hesitant after that. Look at those shots. Wanted to play it in the safe zones, and he has done that so beautifully throughout the knock. That was one of those glorious shots that we were talking about. Best one of the lot. And that's how he got to his 100 there. Top knock here coming in from Abhay Jotin. appeal coming in from Zahid. That definitely wouldn't have come off the pads because the ball, after taking that leading edge, went straight to the third man region and had to be saved with a dive. Look at that, closing the face of the bat a bit too early. And that speaks a lot about how the wicket is, the ball is holding on to the surface.
Encouraging signs for Pacific Group. That doesn't look like dew has set in yet.
However, even if the dew has set in a bit, I would say a few of those balls will still stick onto the surface. It purely depends on what part of the ball has landed and kissed that surface.
So you just have to keep hoping that the one that holds on is a perfect delivery on line, so that it troubles the batsman and you get your wickets there.
Well, that's what makes the entire batting, difficult here on this track, is the fact that you can't just go with the flow anticipating that the ball is going to be there. You have to keep the eye on the ball right till the end. And what it does is it takes away all those probabilities of playing those premeditated shots. You can't make your mind and play shots at your will, usually what you do here in Sharjah Stadium, wherein the ball easily comes onto the bat. But today, it's a different story altogether. And how to play, how to execute, how to respect the situation can be understood if you go back and look at how Abhay Jotin has played.
Brilliant batting from Abhay, no two ways about it. Oh, inside edge onto the body again. Now, how often do you see a batsman who's just got his 100 getting the ball on the inside edge and onto the body twice?
Well, I think it will just happen if you just forget about those 100 and start your innings again. That's when it happens. And I think in one way it is a good way of approaching the last 10, which is just not get too overconfident about things. Settle in for the last 5 overs and try to focus at that 50 and 60 runs that you can get in the last 5 overs if you have that set man out there. And I'm always of this opinion, regardless whether you're batting first or bowling first, what is important is the fact that how you finish the innings.
Top edge, straight up in the air. And a brilliant catch by Zahid. I think the ball did swerve a little bit in the air. He was not in control. He was not underneath the ball, but he managed to pull it off well.
Now, this one didn't stick onto the surface. What it does, it just hurried on to Sapandeep. And as a result, just slicing the ball in the air, and always difficult to catch off your own bowling, and that too when you have to look backwards. End of Sapandeep, out for 11 of 6. 5 down here, Pacific for 210. Zishan Abid here, another wicket keeper. So they are playing with 2 wicket keepers in the side there, Nishant, and I'm really surprised with that sort of a move coming in. Because in modern day cricket, you usually don't see a side with coming in with a combination of two wicket keepers unless both the wicket keepers have been like really in red hot form, and they are giving in that confidence to not go with a dedicated resource as a dedicated batter. But if you're fearing for the fact that you might have an injury and stuff, you always can have an option to replace the wicketkeeper. We've seen that in the past. But what's more surprising is that when you are leaving out a resource who can do both the things, which is bat as well as ball, that is a very surprising move here coming in from Pacific Group.
Yes, I'm surprised as well. And look at India. It'll be a wide. Now they're definitely given clear signals that both Pant and Karthik won't be a part of the starting 11.
Well, I think that's a fair move, and unless there is a dedicated player, a bowler, for example, a batter who's not performing, and one of those keepers get in a place, that's fine. But if you're coming in with a strategy of playing both together at the same time, doesn't justify.
In the last game, the shortened game, they left out Bhuvi because they thought they won't need his services. It was an 8-over-a-side game, so they needed only 4 bowlers. And so they got Pant in. But in this game that is happening today, they've again left Pant out and got Bhuvi in. Full delivery driven straight to the fielder.
That's one. I mean, we're not in the ideal position to come and sit and comment about a national side as big as India. But again, things really need to be streamlined in the right way to actually assess how to utilize those resources there that they have. Nonetheless, the point about utilizing the right resource was the way where we actually got directed to that game against India and the selection coming through. But here, I'm really surprised with the move that Lakshman Manjrekar has been opted to sit out. I'm not sure what was the idea behind, even after looking at the wicket. Sunny Azam, he's into his final over here. And Abhay Jotin, he really needs to put his thinking cap on and ensure that he doesn't get carried away with that 3-figure mark that he has achieved. Ensure that plays right till the end, carries it back.
Nicely driven this time. The sweeper will pick it up. Another single taken. $215 for the loss of 5 wickets in the 42nd over. Backs away, goes inside out, gets it into the gap as well, and finds the much needed boundary.
Well, excellent shot as far as the result is concerned, but I'm not really sure whether he wanted to play there or whether he wanted to play towards extra cover. Nonetheless, 4 good runs here. Let's quickly... Well,
I think he just opened the face of the blade at the last minute to get that placement over backward point.
Well, initially the intentions were to go to extra cover, but knowing that the ball has arrived at him slightly a bit late, deciding to play it, slapping it in fact.
So 42 overs have been bowled, 221 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Well, it's a leading scorer's card here, Usman Khan. The individual score in a match, I would say. Usman Khan out for 149 in that game. Mohammad Aslam 118, Fayaz Ahmed 117, Abhay Jotin, he's batting on 112. He has, unless he gets out, he'll stay at the same position or move up the ladder. Yasir Kaleem 112 of 93, Punya Mehra 110 of 98, Wasi Shah 108 of 119, Ali Abid the other night 105, and the last two batters didn't get to that three-figure mark, but overall it has been dominated there. The batting card by Usman, 149 runs, got out unlucky. He had enough time to reach that milestone easily, just getting out at the wrong time there. Meanwhile, 221 for 5 here, Pacific Group, and for the last 8 overs, I have Vivek with me. Welcome back, Vivek.
Thank you very much. 8 more overs to go. Scoring at a very, very good run rate, 5.26 runs per over. Looking good to get to a good total if they do not lose wickets from here. Zishan facing Sunny. Gauri, sorry. So Zishan facing Gauri. First ball was pitched a little short of the good length. Punched it off the back foot, took a single. Brings Abhay on strike. Will Abhay express himself now? Will he go for it?
Well, had I been in place of Pacific Group here, I would have still passed on the message to Abhay. Let's hold your nerves until the 45th, 46th over and then go after it. Well, a clear message here from Abhay though. Well, you can have your views there in the com box, but I have my own while I'm batting. 4 good runs here coming in for Abhay, and this is excellent stuff, knowing the fact that there was a fielder which was kept up, and he slapped right over his head. 116, and he takes over Yasir Kaleem for that spot. Look at that, good execution there. Didn't get the middle of the bat, but what matters is the 4 good runs that was intended.
Yes, and there was no fielder in the deep, so that encouraged him to take this chance and chance his arm against the fast bowler.
Slower delivery and no damage there, even though Zahid wanted to shy at the stumps of the non-strikers but didn't collect it properly. Gauri has been tad expensive there into his 8th over, gone for 40 runs. Picked up 1 wicket though, an important wicket I would say of the captain Jiju Janardhanan. who was early onto his shot in order to flick it. The typical JJ flick. Got that leading edge and a good looking catch there from Lovepreet Singh. Meanwhile, this is a must-win game here for Pacific Group in order to stay live in the top 8 spot. Chopped back to the wicketkeeper, and there is a change in the man behind the gloves there. It is Mozam Hayat who's keeping wickets here. Furqan Khalil. Not sure what has happened there, but he is no longer keeping for Karwan at the moment. Now, is this why you want a backup keeper? I'm not convinced.
No, I don't think so. You don't need a backup keeper. I mean, nobody keeps a backup keeper for that matter. There's one keeper and he's supposed to keep throughout the innings.
And for that matter, even if you need it out because of an injury, you still the new rules still give you that opportunity to get the substitute wicket keeper. And it's as simple as that. Earlier, that wasn't possible. You need to get them from your playing 11.
That's right. Last ball coming up from Gauri. "17 runs already added by these two batters. Attempted Yorker, digs it out, plays it back to the bowler. End of the 43rd over now, 227 for 5. Oh, this is an excellent shot, an exquisite shot. Goes into the stands, or maybe even goes outside the stadium. A huge six coming from Abhay's bat.
Well, look at that welcome coming in for Kamarawan. First ball, a slower one, waited for that delivery, and well, look at that. Slower delivery, waited for it, and punished it. Look at that, and he takes that second spot here in the leading scorer's chart in terms of the highest individual score in a game, sitting behind Usman Khan, and he need to score 27 more runs to lead that chart.
Interesting that a new bowler has been introduced in the 44th over. Not sure what was the need to bring in a new bowler at this stage of the game. Umpire having a quick look at the ball, just checking if the shape is okay.
Worked around towards the square leg region, single taken. So very comfortable position here for Pacific Group, and they would be interested in scoring at that 8-9 runs and over from here on. What that means is we are looking at the 300 figure mark. Now that can be only possible if Abhay stays right till the end. That's very important that he bats throughout the 50 overs here. This is cut away very nicely by Zishan Abid. What a shot, glorious looking, complete control on that shot between point and third man, piercing the gap to perfection.
Beautiful shot, slashes hard at it. A very small gap, maybe about 8 meters or 10 meters between the two fielders, and he's able to pierce the gap, getting 4 very, very valuable runs for his team. Moves on to 7 on his individual score, At current run rate, they would reach 274. However, if they do 9 runs per over, they would be at 297.
Well, 9 per over, I would say it's gettable. It's not that it is not. This over has already costed 12. So this over compensates for a good next over for if at all Karwan manages to bowl one. And quite surprising that Amir Hamza didn't bowl in this game.
Another short ball has been pulled this time. There are fielders in the deep. Will just get a single. Will not be happy with this because he could have put it away anywhere on the ground. Just managed to get a single. Well, Zishan on strike. Will he hit another boundary? That's a slower ball onto his pads. Just tucks it around the corner, gets a single. Brings us to the end of the 44th over now. 241 for 5 Pacific Group. '47 Bukhatir League, most runs scored by players. Usman Khan has played 3 matches and scored 239 runs. Abhay Jotin has only played 2 matches, scored 212 runs at a strike rate of 86.2. Punya Mehra 170, Muhammad Aslam 148, Fayaz Ahmed got a brilliant 100 as well, has made 147, and then we have Muazzam, Konan Abbas, Syed Ali Abed and others to follow. Beginning of the 45th over now.
It's wide outside the off stump and keeper missing it as well. Leaks in 2 freebies. Look at that. Should have been collected there. It was a regulation collect there and that bat bounce. Where you need to put your body behind the line. Get one knee on the floor. That's what we talk about when it's about basics.
Is he a regular wicketkeeper or is he a stand-in wicketkeeper because the main wicketkeeper got injured? Because a regular wicketkeeper would definitely put a knee down and stop. Attempted Yorker and has played it straight into the hands of the fielder at extra cover. Abhay Jotin has to walk back. Soft dismissal after a brilliant innings. Wanted to play it over the extra cover, but couldn't really get the elevation. Played it into the hands. A very well made 125 runs by Abhay Jotin. Has to walk back.
Well, what a fine knock here coming to an end. 125 of 141. This is excellent knock here from this young lad. He is making his way back to the pavilion. 125, but doesn't look way too tired there. As compared to the other players that we've seen, almost drenched in sweat. But, a top satisfying knock here coming to an end here.
That's a brilliant knock. Rizwan on the way while he was walking towards the pitch, has exchanged bats with Abhay Jotin. Maybe he wants the same form to continue with him if he bats with Abhay's bat. So a quick exchange of bats. He gave his bat back to Abhay, who was walking back, and took his bat and walked on to the crease.
Rizwan KS, 49 runs in 3 innings for him. And change of bats there, as nicely spotted by Vivek. Well, looks very keen on continuing that hammering with that willow. Probably get that quick fire half century from here on. So 35 legal deliveries left. Even if they score 6-0 from here, we're talking about 170 odd runs here. I think there'd be more interest in getting a lot more out of that. 6 overs there. Movement going away from the left-hander. That's the first time that I've seen Sev Gori moving it away from the lefty.
And immediately the non-striking batsman walking towards Rizwan, giving him some advice. Zishan just walked down a few paces, spoke to Rizwan. And that seems to have made a difference. Rizwan just playing it a thick outside edge, playing it to the third man and gets a single. Six wickets down now. That will delay the onslaught. That's what happens if you lose one too many. It always comes and bites you back in the slog overs.
Beautiful looking shot there. So typical Zishan Abid. Doesn't have enough legs. Yes, it does not. Amir Hamza coming in play. But they'll manage to get 3 runs here. Saving 1 there, Amir Hamza. The ball's not traveling that quickly. And there comes some good movement there from Amir Hamza, covering up a lot of ground. And this left-handed, right-handed combination towards the end of the innings is probably something that you would want to avoid as much as possible.
That's right, and this might even end up in a few more wides. Sometimes when you have a left hand and a right hand combination, the bowlers have to keep changing the line that they are bowling. Sometimes end up giving wides.
Playing with soft hands there, a single taken, Rizwan KS. Now, more than his batting, right now his batting is something that they're going to be expecting out of it, but he's going to be more lethal when he comes down to bowl. Left arm spinner, not in the best of the form, but what is important is that he has those variations coming through. Even with at a quicker pace, he has the ability to turn the ball.
Will be very, very handy on this wicket where the ball is gripping a little and turning.
Playing it straight back towards long on, a single taken. So he's getting that reverse movement of his wrist. Naturally outswinger there. Sev Gori completes his 9, gone for 48 and picked up 2 wickets there. 45 gone. Pacific Group, 249 for 6.
Sardar comes into bowling. Sardar Behzad, the first ball outside the off stump for the left-hander. Easy single there. Brings up 250 for the Pacific Group. 6 wickets they have lost in getting to this score. 29 legal deliveries left. Almost 5 more overs to go. At current run rate, which is 5.54, Pacific group can reach to 277, which in itself is a good score. Definitely more than a par score on this wicket. Upish couldn't stop it at point. That was Ghori who was trying to stop it on his left side. 2 more runs added. All these runs are very valuable. Every run counts. Good attempt. Got his hand to the ball but couldn't really grab it. Nicely played towards covers. There will be a fielder there who will send it back to the bowler. Another run added. Both these batters are batting at a strike rate of 100. As Ishan has made 14 of 14 and Rizwan 5 of 5. Definitely looking at a 280 plus score.
Well, absolutely there, Vivek. They would want to have that 280 score because of the dew that comes in place and, you know, disturbs the entire flow of your combination. Played Upish, and the fielder will come in play. Collects it on a bounce and a single taken. Rizwan is batting on 5 of 5 here. Zishan Abid 15 of 15. How they finish here is something that is going to be important here, because as I said, you need to have momentum when you go into the next innings. Not completing a shot though, just playing it straight to Babar Iqbal. Single taken.
Yes, momentum is the key. If you go in with momentum and come back, you're likely to come back with the same momentum on your side. And that makes a big difference. Makes a bigger difference in a T20 game though, because it's a shorter format. But it certainly has an impact in a 50-over game as well.
Played it around towards long on, looking for 2. Rightly sent back there by Zishan Abid. End of the over number 46. Pacific Group 256 for 6. Well, it's Zahid continuing here from the SCA end, Sharjah Cricket Academy end. Playing it with soft hands, single taken. Well, I think they should be targeting 40 runs from here on. 23 deliveries, 40, not way too ambitious, I would say. I think the fact that they have understood, especially Zishan Abid, who has been playing at that position of a finisher in most of the teams. I think a very ideal situation here for him to prove every worth why he's there in the side.
Yes, he will have to take majority of the strike. He will have to play, out of the 23 deliveries left, he will have to play 14 or 15 of them and try to get them away for runs. What Rizwan needs to do is take a single and bring Abid back on strike.
Well, I wouldn't even mind if Rizwan goes after the bowling from here on, because after this there are 3 more wickets left with Mujahid Amin also has that ability of slashing a few boundaries here and there, especially on the offside. Likes to fancy that area above the point fielder. So I think Rizwan Case should actually take a move from here on. Focus on getting those boundaries. A couple of them here will definitely help.
Yeah, he's looking towards the fine leg side, so he knows the fielder is at short fine leg, and that's exactly what he did. He wanted to play it towards the fine leg, but couldn't get it past the fielder on 45, which is the short fine leg. Gets a single nevertheless, brings Zishan on strike.
17 of 17 for Zishan. 9 per over from here on will take them to 290. And what's interesting is when do they press that button of aggression?
Well, it has to be in this over or maybe the next over, not later than that. You still have 4 wickets in hand, and as you said, the other batters can also hit the ball, and that's what he tried to do, trying to pull that one. Came in slow to him, and hence couldn't get it fine. Got the ball towards the deep mid-wicket and gets a single. Two more deliveries to go. Maybe Rizwan can chance his arm now and then have Zishan on strike in the next over.
And that's the end of Rizwan Case. He has edged one back to the wicketkeeper. And Rizwan, look at that, getting that edge there. Was not happy though, not sure if that came in from the edge or was that his bat hit the ground. But nonetheless, he has to walk back. Umpire has made his call. Out for 7 of 10 there. Pacific Group, 259 for 7. was a slower bouncer there coming in from Behzad. Not offering pace here. It's key.
Yeah, and bowling around the wicket. Trying to use that angle for the right-hander. And now, since the left-hander is on strike, he will continue to bowl around the wicket. Easy push for a single. They will go for two. Very quick running between the wickets. Good running, got 2 runs. Converted that single into double. Each run counts from here on.
Slapped. This is what we were talking about. Akif Raja throws kitchen sink at it. Short delivery, pulled towards mid-wicket, and that is half a dozen here. Umpire wants to recheck. Well, look at that. Generated power. Yes, that's all the way. 6 good runs. Now, all these runs that will flow in off the bat of Akif Raja will definitely be bonus here for Team Pacific Group.
That's right. Stepping out and missing. He has made his intent clear right from the word go.
Well, definitely here. 14 more deliveries to get. Can they get those 30 runs that they are targeting here? 300 on board will be a very good total. Played up ish, fielder coming underneath it, and he takes it. KARWAN makes no mistake. And that is the support that you need on the field from your players. Look at that. Slicing. Head not in position, but getting those important 10 runs there, Akif Raja. And the end of, in fact, the 7 wickets down here. In fact, 8 of them. 270 for 8 after 47.5.
Mujahid is the new man in. Both right-hand batters in the crease now. Was not ready fully when Behzad came into ball. He has to walk back and ball that and take that whole run up again.
A bit expensive there, Sardar. 40. And he's into his 5th over. Big heave down towards the cow's corner and gets a boundary there. Important runs flowing in. 48 gone. Pacific Group are 274 for 8. This is a short delivery there and punished nicely. Look at that, coming around the wicket and easing onto that angle for Zishan Abid. On a bounce, gets to that boundary rope.
49th over. Gauri coming into bowl.
Good delivery there. An excellent start for Gauri. The penultimate over of the innings here. An important one. How often have we seen that these overs towards the end of the innings, especially the penultimate one, I mean, it sets the tone there for the teams.
That's right. The penultimate over is now become the most important over of the innings.
And this has been tonked in the air. Fielder coming underneath it, just dropping short of him. And Zishan Abid is satisfied to keep strike there. He doesn't want to.
Yes, he would want to make the maximum use of the remaining 10 deliveries, 10 legitimate deliveries left. 284 is what they will get if they continue to play at the same rate. 3 fielders protecting boundaries on the onside, and 1 protecting a boundary on the offside.
Down the leg. Zishan Abid here, 25 of 21 for him. He's going to be taking strike here. 3 more balls to go in this over. Slower delivery, nicely picked up. And what an effort coming in, but in vain. It will be 6 runs added to the tally, and these are important 6 runs here. Look at that, stepping down, reading the length, and reading the slowness of the ball as well, and 6 good runs here off the bat of Zishan Abid.
Valuable runs. This is gold dust. Every run here is gold dust because this is all bonus runs coming in. 2 more balls to go in this over.
Well, a full toss delivery missed. I think he would have wanted to fancy his chance on that delivery there. Lower full toss. Don't get offered gifts quite often there by the bowlers, but when you do, you need to make full use of it. Not to be so on that occasion. 284 for 8, and this is a good total that they've put on the board. They would just be hoping that the conditions are not worse for the spinners, because they are having 2 quality spinners in their side there, Mujahid Amin and Rizwan KS. Well, slower delivery, and Zishan Abid says, I want to keep strike, let's not run that risky one. Dot ball to finish, 49 gone, 284 for 8. dancing down the track, and just a single coming through on that delivery. Zahid Ali is bowling the final over here. Upish in the air, did not time it to perfection there, got the elevation, and what a catch coming through. This is excellent stuff from the fast bowler who had bowled the last over. And look at the intensity which he's fielding here. Saif Gori, take a bow. And he's been athletic throughout. He fields in the point region, he fields in the deep, he fields in those areas where the balls come at him. And that's one sheer example of excellent commitment. Look at that, keeping an eye on the ball and in complete control of that catch, even after his elbow hitting the ground.
Yes, he's been electric on the field throughout the innings. Very difficult to keep him away from action. Always in the thick of things, fielded really, really well at point, and also fielding really well and in the deep. 9th wicket now falls down for the Pacific group. Mujahid is walking back, just made 1 run, and has to take the long walk back to the dugout. 4 more deliveries left in this over, and the last wicket, the last pair, is on the crease.
Down the leg side, and that's certainly going to be a wide. An extra run, this will help. Zahid into his final over here. He's picked a 5 for 47. He's been really impressive. Pick of the bowlers there for Karwan Cricket Club, and he's playing his first game.
Wow, first game and 5 wickets. Great performance, has bowled really, really well. Attempted Yorker this time, gets a single.
Right in the block hole there, and it's the new man in is Himyatullah. I'm sure he is batting at that 11. Not one of the best strikers there, for sure, and he would want Zishan Abid to face the last 2. What he needs to do is just not do anything funny. Take a single, give him the strike. Well, if at all he gets to face the last ball, maybe give it a chance then.
Nevertheless, 287 runs have been scored. A very, very good score on this track. In the air, but this will go into the hands of the fielder. Babar completes an easy catch. And this is curtains now for a Pacific group.
Look at that. It was a slower delivery. Knew that it will be difficult for a number 11, who would be still number 11, even if number 11 is playing. And look at that reaction of Zishan Abid. Says it all. He wanted to play the last 2. But Himmatullah making his way back. Pacific group all out. And what's the highlight out here is the fact that Zahid has picked up 6 here in this innings, and definitely making a strong statement that I should be the part of this playing side.
Brilliant bowling by him throughout. Jiju opened the innings, made 11. Hamdan got early at 2. What an innings by Abhijot in 124. He scored. Ansh made 30. Aman chipped in with a good 43 runs. 11 runs by Sapandeep was looking dangerous. Zishan, a cameo in the end. 32 runs towards the end. Very, very valuable. Rizwan 7, Akif 10. Mujahid could only score 1 run, and Himayat went out for a 0 without scoring. Extras 15, 49.40 was bowled, and Pacific Group bundled out for 287, a score that they may be happy with.
Well, I think if you go back and look at what happened at the toss, they lost it, and instantly Jiju's reaction was something else. But you know, I think they should be happy here. Looking at this bowling card here, Zahid leading the chart there, 6 wickets for him, proving why he's the leading bowler there. 49 runs in his 9.4 over spell with a maiden there. Gauri picked up 2 for 56 in his 10. Sardar picked up 1 for 44 in his 5 overs, very expensive there. Sunny Abbas, no wicket for him. And Waqas picked up 1 for 47 in his 10. Babar Iqbal, 4 overs, 30 runs in his with an economy of 7.5, and Qamar Rahman with that lone over of 14 runs. So if you look at the fall of wickets there, you know, everything looked fine till the wicket number 4, and then from there on, they kept losing wickets at regular intervals. Number 5 at 210, number 6 at 243, number 7 at 259, 8 at 270, 9 at 285, and that last wicket falling at 287. So just 15 extras. I think Karwan pretty economical on that front, very reasonable in terms of extras there today. However, let's look at the highlights there. Some glorious looking shots up the order there by Jiju Janardhanan, and that was a departure of Hamdan Tahir. Back to those shots there, Jiju, an excellent drive. And that was a departure of Jiju, playing a shot a fraction of a second a bit early there, and Lovepreet making no mistakes. This was the shot of the day so far. And then Jotin kept on going with his flow, got those boundaries, and the able company of Ansh Tandon, they built that partnership which was needed, and good looking shots. And this was the end probably of Ansh Tandon, wherein a smart looking comeback here coming in from Waqas, and he didn't realize how sharp did that turn. No clue. However, on the other hand, Jotin kept on going with that flow, got those timely boundaries and sixes, and that partnership between Abhay Jotin and Aman Arshad, it was in excess of 100, which led that foundation of a good total on this slow track. I think they would fancy their chance here with the kind of total that they've got on board in a dying situation, wherein Zahid Ali was the pick of the man for Karwan Strikers, was asked to bowl at regular intervals, came in, gave the breakthrough that they were needing, and that was Qamar Rahman with that step after the wicket. And this was the end of Sapandeep as well, bowler relying on his own hands there and making no mistake. Our Akshay Jotin, I beg your pardon, Abhay Jotin continued from the other end, playing those shots which were needed for the team to have that total on board, and Zishan Abid gave him able company towards the end. This was the end on a lower full toss here, coming in through, and Zahid kept on scalping wickets there from the other end. That was the end of Mujahid Amin as well. Zishan Abid, however, was that lone warrior that we were talking about for Pacific towards the end of the innings. Was unbeaten at 32, but unfortunately did not get enough strike to get to that milestone, and there was a silly dismissal there towards the end. Babar Iqbal making no mistakes, and talking about the target what they have to chase, required run rate 5.76 towards the start of the innings here, 288 to get in 50 overs. And how this poises out, we'll take a short dinner break, and then we will come back with the live action from Sharjah Cricket Stadium, the 47th Bukhatir League.
Welcome back after the break. This is what transpired. Abhay getting a fine 124 of 141 deliveries to ensure that Pacific group reached 287. Of course, there were cameos. Ansh getting 30, Aman 43. Zishan getting a very vital 32 of just 25 deliveries towards the end as well. As far as the bowlers were concerned, Zahid, 6 for him, picked up 6 for 49, playing the first game tonight, and of course was very impressive. 2 wickets for Gauri, a wicket apiece for Sardar and Waqas. Of course, the target for Karwan Cricket Club right now is 288 runs. A required run rate of 5.76. Chasing has not been all that easy in this tournament. And let's see what do Karwan Cricket Club do from here on. Alongside me in the comm box is Vivek. Well, what do you reckon, Vivek? I don't really think there is too much of dew around. So we might be in with a very interesting second half of the game.
Yes, that's right. This is a very good score. 288 is definitely a good score that has been put on the board, and Karwan Cricket Club will have to do some chasing here to get to that score. The wicket is gripping, the ball is turning. A lot depends on the spinning strength of Pacific group. If they have good spinners, they can really make a match of it. The key will be partnerships. Long partnerships are needed. This is not a small score to chase. You definitely need 1 or 2 batters to play a long innings, make 70, 80 or even 100 plus, and try and chase this total down. This is a new wicket today, a new pitch on which the match is being played, being used for the first time. For all the previous games in this season, there was another wicket which was used and not this one. The openers are out there. A left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yes, Muazzam Hayat is there in the middle. He's at the non-striker's end. Almost getting ready for start of play in the second half. Lovepreet will be the man who will be on strike right now. Lovepreet Singh. He, of course, will be looking forward to giving the side a good start. They'll need to really ensure that they get a decent power play without losing too many wickets. Akif is going to take the new ball. First ball, and too far down the leg side. And a fumble by the wicketkeeper as well. This might just run away. No, it won't. It will be pulled back. And that will be 3 runs.
3 runs without a single ball being bowled in the match. Because this was a white ball, so this doesn't count. Bit of a head start when you get 3 runs and not even a single ball has been bowled.
That's left alone outside the off stump. Well done. Another dot ball there. Here's a bit like a handicap in other sports. Akif Raja has got his work cut out here. He has to try and ensure that he doesn't allow the batters to get off to a very good start here. Is bowling with a couple of slips in position.
Just has to keep it tidy.
He has two slips in place. Two fielders outside the circle, one on a third man and the other one on fine leg. The rest, everybody's in the circle. We haven't seen much of a swing so far. Just trying to get his line and length right. Well, this time there was a hint of an outswing, but the ball has been clubbed through between the cover and the point fielder for a boundary.
Yes, that was a very good shot there. Just reaching out and making sure that he finds the boundary and caressed it away for 4. Lovepreet is off the mark. That should be a wide. It is a wide. Too far outside.
Akif is not happy talking to the umpire. He doesn't think this was a wide. Well, definitely way outside the off stump. And the slip has been removed. One shot to the boundary and slip, one of the slips is removed. This time ball on to the pads. Plays it defensively back to the bowler. Compensating for that wide outside the off stump and coming in this time, falling on to the pads of the batsman. 3 fielders on the onside, 6-3 field, 6 on the offside, 3 on the onside. Clearly indicates that he is going to bowl outswingers on and outside the off stump.
On the pads, tucked away straight to the fielder. That's another dot ball. It's just been a longish over this. Reaching out to that one, that has been again pushed away, but this time hasn't been timed all that well, so will just be a single. Lovepreet will retain strike, and that's the end of the first over. It's 9 without loss. Just pushing it through this time, not quite timing it well enough. 9 without loss. Four dot balls from Jiju then. Back of a length. That has been pushed away straight to the fielder. Another dot ball.
The only thing that can happen if you continue to ball the same length and the same outswinger all the time is that you become predictable. And when you become predictable, a good batsman on a good day can actually come down the wicket and try and play big shots. Maybe a little too early in the game right now. But that's always a possibility. A maiden over to start with. Jiju bowls his first over, doesn't give away any runs. 2 overs gone, 9 without loss, Karwan. Akif starts the fresh over. Outside the off-stump, Muazzam plays it defensively.
First ball that Muazzam faces after 2 overs.
That's right. Gets his chance after 2 overs. Was just watching from the non-striker end so far. That has been cut. Fielder at point unable to stop. The ball goes to third man and gets a single. Muazzam is off the mark. KCC moves into double figures.
Yes, 5 of 12. For Lapreet, got a boundary to get going after that. It's just slowed down a little bit.
This is a spinner's track. And I hope the spin introduction will be early.
Ten without loss in the third over right now. Akif bowled an expensive first over. A few wides there, then that boundary coming through as well. Nicely driven back to the bowler. A little bit of aggression there from Akif, but of course there didn't seem to be an intention to throw the ball back. Just try to dodge the batsman a little bit there.
Bit of a mind game sometimes, just to distract or create a lapse in concentration. Both the umpires are walking towards each other. I think there's something to do with the ball. Maybe the ball has gone out of shape a little bit. Both of them having a discussion.
A bunch of players having a discussion here, a bunch of players having a discussion with the umpire.
Well, they will continue with this ball. They seem to be happy with it now. Akif has 2 more deliveries to go in this over. Bowling to a 6-3 field, 6 fielders on the offside. Bit of a yes and no. In the end, they do not take a single, and rightfully so.
So again, just a single in this over and then 4 dot balls. So this is a pretty tidy over from Akif as well. And that is nicely done. Lovepreet, he does not let go of any opportunity to get runs. It was short and he pulled it away. Into the gap for 4. What was turning out to be a good over still is good, but could have been better.
Yes, the tidiness of the over, a little dark spot on that tidiness in this last ball. Dug in short, and Lovepreet obliges with a boundary.
Jiju Janardhanan into the attack. Bowler first maiden over. Has been nicely played. Wanted a single, sent back. Wearing a nice blue headband there, Jiju.
It's good that did not go for the single, because the ball was on the right side of the fielder, which is his throwing hand. Would have been risky.
Oh, he slips, he slips. Well, well, well. Batters are not supposed to be wearing spikes. Oh, there, that would have been so disastrous. There's a dot ball nonetheless. There's some movement in the air for Jiju of that delivery.
Yes, he's been bowling these outswingers. The one that comes back into the right hand, into the left-hander. Nice shape coming right back into this left-hander. The only problem is that if it's only going to be this outswinger and the same length, then you tend to become a little predictable. An aggressive batsman would not mind coming down the track on one of the deliveries.
Three more to go in this over. Again, 3 dot balls. Oh, swing, swing. Into the left-hander that was on the shorter side. But yes, this man, Jiju, is getting the ball to move. Look at that.
Nice rhythmic action, bowls seam up. Is not express fast, but has been a tidy so far. 10 balls he's bowled without giving a run. make it 11 balls. Hasn't conceded a run yet.
Excellent start to the spell for Jiju. Final delivery of the 4th over. Nicely played and a brilliant stop. Won't be able to save the single though. Single will finish the over. Won't be a maiden over, but an excellent stop there. So that's the end of the over. 4 bowled, 15 without loss.
Into the block hole, pushed towards covers. Himayat is the next bowler. Akif has been replaced. Just bowled the 2 overs, Akif. And now Himayatullah comes in.
Another medium pacer. I think the fact that they've got just 2 spinners in the side is prompting them to delay the arrival of the spinners, because they want the spinners to use a ball which is at least a little scruffed up and not completely new.
Yeah, that's right. Spinners will hold the key in this run chase. Muazzam has been really watchful, has faced 10 deliveries and made only 2 runs so far.
Nicely pushed away. Straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. So Himyat also, medium pacer, has started off with 3 dot balls, plenty of them coming around. Oh, was there an edge? There was certainly some movement there, but yeah, movement.
Moving away from the left-hander. He's attempting to play this in the covers because there is a gap between the fielder at point and the one in covers. Was wanting to make use of that gap. Did not get bat on ball.
Excellent. Straight to the fielder again, another dot ball.
A rather slow start. Almost 5 overs have gone and they've only managed to get 15 runs on the board. The good thing is they haven't lost a wicket yet. The score that they are chasing is 288 runs to win this game. They will have to maintain a certain run rate throughout the innings. Otherwise, it becomes a pressure situation.
Another maiden over then. 5 overs bowled, 15 without loss.
This has been beautifully played between the extra cover and mid-off fielder. The ball is going towards the boundary. Mujahid just picks it up about 8 inches or maybe 10 inches before the rope. Throws it back. 3 well-deserved runs. Beautiful shot from Lovepreet Singh, playing it with the swing, finding the gap to perfection, adding 3 much-needed runs.
Yes, Jiju there. He is getting the ball to move. It will be interesting to see when he bowls to Muazzam. Muazzam, of course, with the ball coming back into him, looked slightly in discomfort there. Showing the full face of the bat on that occasion. Back to the bowler. Just get a feeling that this passage of play is more like a stare match, where they're waiting for the other person to blink.
I think they're being watchful. The wicket has not been the easiest, or at least it doesn't give a look of being an easy wicket. So just being watchful, trying to buy time. And as I keep saying, bringing on the spinners will define the tone of this match, because the ball will turn and the ball will grip, and that's when the batsmen will be tested. What a welcome find this has been. Jiju as an opening bowler, bowled well according to the conditions, just given away 4 runs, and he is already towards the end of his 3rd over.
Yes, excellent efforts by Jiju, and only 2 scoring shots of his bowling so far, a single and 3. That means he's bowled 12 dot balls out of 14. In fact, 14 out of 16. Now 15 out of 17. Brilliant bowling this by Jiju. Now, it doesn't look like he's very threatening. Doesn't look like picking up wickets, but is not allowed runs to be given.
Yes, I think the batsmen also have been extra watchful. They haven't shown any aggression whatsoever, even though these are the power play overs. They're just happy pushing the ball onto the offside and into the fielder's hands, playing the wait and watch game. 6 overs gone, 18 for no loss.
Again, a good start to the over. Opportunity to get some runs there. And Lovepreet has not let go of any opportunity that has been there. Couple of runs there for Lovepreet. He met the first runs of his bowling. Looks like Lovepreet just got his laces untangled.
It's a fine sight, you know, when one of the fielders bends down onto the shoes of the batsman and ties those laces. A good show of sportsman spirit. Makes a lovely sight.
That has gone towards the fielder at a short third. Again, no chance of a run. "20 without loss in the 7th over, a start I don't think either of the teams will be happy with.
Yes, whereas the Pacific Group would have wanted wickets, Karwan would have wanted more runs. Coming down the track this time and gets it on his pad, it seems. Will get a single though. Yes, it's a leg by. So something is starting to give in. And it is about time because runs haven't been coming. They will have to manufacture some shots here to get the scoreboard going. You don't want that run rate to go up and go up beyond 6. It's already 6.1, the asking rate.
Wonder what the approach is going to. I have not really understood the approach of the batting side here. Nicely cut away. They will pick up another single. Are they thinking that they have to keep wickets in hand and try and attack towards the end? Do something that probably Pacific Group did very well.
Well, I think sometimes you just get into a bit of a shell. It's not deliberate, but it just happens. And then it becomes difficult to break the shackles. But then the idea should be to not be in the shell for a very, very long time, because then the pressure starts to mount up.
So last ball of the over coming up. Himmet another tidy over this. And appeal for a leg before, I think going down the leg side. That is the end of the over then. 7 overs bowled, 22 without loss. First signs of spin a lot earlier than Karwan introduced. Mujahid comes into bowl and starts off with a dot ball. And with the spinner coming in, we have a very agile wicket keeper in the com box now. Asim joins in. Welcome back, Asim.
Thank you, Nishant. And I think this is a wise move coming in here from the captain, knowing the fact that the dew will settle in as the game progresses. And it is the right time that you get your spinners introduced, even though it's in the power play. Well, what advantage they have is the fact that they might go after the bowling, which eventually a spinner wants here in the longer format cricket.
Yes, in a very insipid first 7 overs. With I was saying that to Vivek as well, that it looked like as if it was a game of stare, each waiting for the other to blink. Nobody really willing to do anything of that sort. Everybody, both the sides, very defensive in the first 7 overs.
Well, I think defensive has been that evolving strategy, I would say, that you got to be having while chasing runs. Defensive in the form of defending your wickets here, that's going to be crucial, because if they keep wickets scoring at 8.5 in the last 20, it's gettable. We have seen that. Provided you have wickets in hand, like 9 wickets in hand, 8 wickets in hand, and chasing 160 in the last 20 or 22 overs, I think that's gettable.
Yes, absolutely. We saw quite a few runs being scored towards the last 15 in the first innings as well, because there was a set batsman in the middle. The others came and batted around him.
Well, that's in a normal situation, but today the situation is slightly different as far as the wicket is concerned there. Just keeping the batsman guessing there in terms of what's going to happen next.
Down the leg side. Another wide.
Look at the number of deliveries faced by Mozam Hayat there. 24 for his 3. Being very watchful out there.
Oh, turn there.
Now, I really am surprised why Mujahid is coming in around the wickets here for Mozam Hayat. Why would you not want to bowl in the rough? Look at that rough area just outside the off stump. You probably want to use that rough and get the ball to spin in with that extra grip coming through.
Yes, and I was surprised to see the turn with Mujahid bowling from round the wicket. With that angle away from the left-hander, still managing to get so much turn.
I mean, it is such wicket that even the match game, probably the bowler will have that edge coming through. Because if the ball turns a lot, it's going to be really tough for the batters to deal with. Just like that. 8 overs gone. KARWAN Cricket Club 24 for no loss. And it's Rizwan KS, a spin introduced from both the ends here. Rizwan coming in from Bukhatir end. Now it's interesting to see. He is coming over the wicket here. Playing it down the ground, single taken. Mozub moves on to 5 of 27 deliveries. Very, very slow looking start. He almost took 5 overs to score those 5 runs.
So 14 of 23 for Lovepreet. Moazzam has faced 4 deliveries more and scored 9 runs lesser. So spin from both the ends.
Definitely they need a breakthrough here, Nishant. And if they get one, I think they'll be right on top of things here. Played upish and played exquisitely in the stands. And that's a good-looking positive approach here from Lovepreet Singh.
Yes, he is the one who is going to take that approach, because Moazzam's role clearly in the side is to hold one and up.
Well, that would make sense if the intent is pretty clear to go after the win.
Very 90s style cricket here, where sometimes players think they can save a one-day match as well. The draw is not a result in an ODI, is it?
Well, pretty aware of where the arrow is pointing there, Nishant. Just don't want to get more controversial. 31 for no loss here, KARWAN Cricket Club.
So another single taken. Last ball of the 9th over coming up.
So there are two kinds of players there, Nishant, talking about the same thing. Player that leaves a positive impact in your childhood, and then there is a player that leaves a negative impact. Both don't go away.
Always. Comes down the track, Moazzam. Good to see him using his feet, but there is a fielder giving it the chase, and the ball stops. They'll pick up 3 runs.
Look at the condition of the wicket there. Doesn't look Sharjah at all.
9 overs done, 35 for no loss. Mujahid is into his second over here.
Well, Mujahid would really want to bowl a lot to the right-handers, because we've seen him historically as well that he has troubled the right-handers more. And here, Moazzam has faced 30 for his 8.
Is it that the bowlers have managed to extract more turn out of the track, or the track has started turning more than it did in the first innings?
Well, I think here you have to give credit to the bowler. They have slowed things down here in terms of the pace offered. Yes, there is assistance coming through the from the wicket, but things will be a relatively more tougher one, because of the dew coming in, ball getting wet, not able to grip the ball. And a similar sort of effect comes in on the wicket as well. The ball starts skidding on. But you have to bowl slower in order to get some purchase, even on flat tracks.
Turn in, appeal for a leg before. I think it was just going down the leg side there.
Well, I think the best way to tackle Mujahid and that sort of a turn coming into you is just step down and play straight.
Oh, poor delivery. Poor delivery from Mujahid there. Just getting a little too excited probably with the kind of help that he's getting from the wicket.
Good that it didn't turn square. Else even the keeper would have been beaten. And the 10th over in here in progress. Well, if you look at things and try to compare it what it was in the first innings, a relatively bit easier to bat on. Relatively.
Last ball of the over. Pushed back to the bowler. Dot ball. End of the over. 10 bowled, 36 without loss.
Seven extras already in the first 10 overs here for Pacific Group. Akif going for 14 in his 2 overs. Jiju with that one maiden has been very miserly economical there. 4 runs in his 3 overs there. Himatullah. He is into his 3rd over. He's quick, but this wicket is not meant to be bowling quick. Here, you have to be a lot smarter if you're a fast bowler. Spinners don't need to think much about it. Off the back foot there and shy at the stumps. So just 1 over for Rizwan KS. Now, I'm not sure what the idea behind that was, to bowl just 1 over. Was that the 6 that Lovepreet was comfortably able to hit? If that's so, I think that's not the smart move.
No, not at all, especially when you have just 2 spinners. You really have to give it a thought. Himyat into his 3rd. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Lovepreet, but the fielder will stop it.
Well, if you closely look at how things are there, looks like there is a lot of dew coming through.
Lovepreet batting on 21 of 30. Nicely clipped away there. Again, a comfortable single.
Well, it's looks like it is getting a bit hazy out there. Not the clearest of the views. And look at that. There is dew coming in, settling in on the grass. And that will be a point of concern here. You can see those shiny droplets.
Yes, indeed. So dew is coming in. And which makes it all the more essential for Pacific Group to use their spinners up front.
Absolutely. That's why I was a bit taken aback when Rizwan KS, after being tonked for a 6, was taken away. Because your fast bowlers will come in action when the ball is relatively more tougher for the spinners to get a grip on. That's important for you to assess as a captain, that you need to pick up wickets here, because later on it will be a lot easier for the players to bat on with the ball slightly coming easier, skidding off from the surface. Early wickets is the key here. Now they have the entire first power play. I think even this run rate is at 3.6. I'd still say Karwan is on top.
Yes, I don't think Pacific can be on top of the game if they don't pick up wickets. Outside edge found. Now, another boundary, and that's my problem. Even the very mindset is so defensive.
Absolutely. You got to be having an attacking approach there. There was no slip in place. Even though there would have been a slip, it would have dropped short of him. But what it does is it stops a batter not to throw the bat at it. Just whatever is not in his line, and immediately after that opportunity, we see a slip fielder in play. And I think he's more of a flying slip than a conventional first slip there. Knowing the nature of the wicket, you probably need to stand in a step or a step and a half closer than the regular one, because there is no pace from which ball will actually carry to a conventional slip position.
And Moazam isn't really looking to slash hard. So there's no way the ball will carry with a defensive prod. Single to finish the over, is it? Yeah, that's the end of the over. 11 bowled, it's 43 for no loss. Bit of done.
Almost there. Excellent delivery there from Mujahid Amin. Now this is definitely going to be those warning signs that Jiju, as a captain, should pounce on immediately and speak to Rizwan basically at what pace he should be bowling at. An appeal, loud one. Umpire says that's spinning in way too much. Look at that, pitched in line. It would have gone up as well.
Yes, unless and until he pitches the ball around off stump, the kind of turn that he's getting, it's very difficult to get a leg before in his favor.
beautifully bowled here. 13 of 39 for Muazzam Hayat. All the time in the world here. And I think if they continue to play this way, it's going to be fine, but the rate at which the singles are coming through, they slightly need to increase a bit. Strategy seems to be very simple, not give wickets away so easily.
Yes, they've made it very difficult for Pacific to pick up wickets here. Muazzam, 40 deliveries for his 13. That was the one that was pushed through, found the outside edge. It's still just a dot ball. Last ball of over number 12.
And the love affair between dot balls and Muazzam Hayat continue. 12 was gone, 43 for none.
Big swing and a miss from Lovepreet.
What that does is, Nishant, it adds pressure. That the dot balls from the other end is adding pressure onto Lovepreet. Now he's throwing everything at it. And I think this is as a result of those dot balls and singles not coming through. Play those singles, that's important as a player. Ensure that the run rate is clocking at around 4.5 and over.
Into the 13th now. It's Himyat. Back of length, that's been tucked away. Comfortable single taken. .2 overs bowled, 44 without loss. And Muazzam 13 of 42. Looks like they're having a chat with Lovepreet. Not very sure what it is about. Jiju has come in and intervened here. Okay.
Well, they were a part of the same team anyways, so that discussion was definitely a friendly one. Shared the same dressing room for a team called Katan CC, where all the opportunities were given out to these youngsters with a couple of experienced campaigners out there in the team. And likes of Yuvraj, Ayan Afzal Khan, Hamdan Tahir himself, Lovepreet Singh, a bunch of other players under 21, backed with a couple of seniors like Jiju and Mujahid. And I mean, outperformed a lot of good teams here in the circuit. Almost. Aman Arshad almost pulled off a blinder. We have to check whether that carried, but it was an amazing effort coming through.
Yes, that was very good stuff from the fielder there. It did carry.
It did carry. Yes, it did. There was a chance that was brought in by Himatila with a testing bouncer. Committing to that shot there, Mozam Hayat, and almost got caught. After you spend 43 deliveries, and if you get out, I think that's going to be criminal.
We'll have to make up for those deliveries first. A bat through so that players at the other end can throw the bat around. Another single taken here.
I think a similar sort of innings, if he, bats in the previous game that he did, got out on 96, but that was an attempt from the fielder. Good cameraman, good work there by the cameraman.
Yes, very prompt. Muazzam on strike. Oh, that is too far outside the off stump, and the wicket keeper misses it. Gets away with it. That's interesting.
I think it's just because of that angle that goes away from the left-hander, which makes us feel that was quite wide. But let's not judge that from the way it was, from where it was collected. Then do it with where he attempted from the batting crease. 46 for none here.
Last ball of the over coming up. Himyat to Muazzam. Short ball pulled, but will just be a single. 13 overs bowled. Oh, chance of an overthrow maybe. No, they won't take it.
Well, had that been a direct hit, Muazzam would have found himself in trouble. This is excellent alertness there by Aman Arshad.
Lovepreet will be on strike now.
Some changes here in the field here for Mujahid. He has to be among those wickets here. As a lead bowler of the side, you are expected that you get those timely breakthroughs for the team.
Yes, Mujahid has been on point with his bowling. That's a beauty. Absolute beauty from Mujahid there. Beaten by the turn, just past the outside edge.
A left arm spinner's dream delivery. Nicely dealt with there on that occasion, Lovepreet. Just reacting a bit late onto the ball, and that was the key difference between the two.
Sweep attempted, that's close, that's gone. Dead duck there, Lovepreet.
Not sure why he's staying there out in the crease after not making any connection with the bat. He should have straight away walked. That was out plumb in front.
Yes, no doubts about that one. That was definitely crashing into middle. Planted his foot across. I think why he stayed there was because the middle and leg stump were visible. So he thought that maybe the impact was not in line, but it was. That is the end of Lovepreet Singh, 24 of 35. And finally, a breakthrough for Pacific. Furkan Khalil walks into the middle now. 3 matches for him, 58 runs, strike rate of 69. There's a slip in place, and rightly so. Mujahid, 2 slips in place. Very tidy line, dot ball. I was just checking the bowling leaderboard. Mujahid needs to pick up 5 wickets to get the purple cap. And Mujahid needs to probably pick up 5 wickets for Pacific to win.
Well, and his role is so crucial here if they want to make it through to the next stage. Nonetheless, 14 overs gone, 48 for 1. Ball just dropping short of the fielder there. Zishan Abid. It was pulled away by Mozam Hayat. And I think the strategy is very simple out there. Just try to dig in short to Mozam Hayat and force him to make an error. Nonetheless, to talk more about that, joining me in the comm box is Vivek. Welcome back, Vivek.
Thank you very much. The game is on. 49 for 1, 14.1 overs gone. Himayat has bowled well, 4.1 overs and given away only 15 runs.
Well, on the pads, and that's what's racing away towards the boundary, but the outfield is not that quick. Look at the dense grass there. It has held on to that shot, which should have gone all the way for a boundary. Usually we have seen dew when they come into play. The ball races away, but looks like the grass is thick enough for it to hold any sort of shots that will be played down the ground.
Yes, looks like a thick grass. I thought it would go for a boundary the way it was hit and timed.
Absolutely. And now when the shots are played down the ground, what it does is it makes life easier for the batters because the ball is going to get wet. No grip whatsoever coming in for the bowlers. This time played it in the gap. Sweeper cover in play. And he will keep it down to a single. Score moves on to 53. 14.3 over mark.
What I have noticed is both the times the ball went on to the outfield and came back, but there hasn't been much use of the towel to dry the ball. Maybe there is not that much of dew, maybe.
Well, it's not coming in from the bowler, but if you observe the fielders who are supporting, it's not going to get better anyways, Vivek. It's going to get worse as the night progresses. It's already 3 minutes to 11. And by this time, usually, things are tougher. You can see that a sense of velvet feel on the grass bed, which shows us that there is dew out there. Meanwhile, an inside edge. Lucky for Furkan that it did not crash onto the stumps. It can go anywhere, as we've seen many a times.
Himayatullah has bowled really well. He has been bowling fast, got the outside edge a couple of times. Was unlucky there was no slip fielder at that time. But overall a good spell by him, coming almost towards the end of his 5th over, has given away only 20 runs so far. 234 runs still remaining at a required run rate of 6.7. Will not be easy.
Trying to bowl him short, shy the stumps. Well, there is backup available, but that will get them that run that they were looking for. But we'll have to see whether that was close enough. Well, the batsman had made it comfortably. Rightly sent back by Furqan Khalil. End of 15 overs, Karwan Cricket Club 55 for 1.
Mujahid to continue. He has bowled half of his spell, which is 5 overs. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. He is the key.
He has picked up one there in his 4 overs. The last wicket, in fact, the only wicket that they've got, Vivek of Lovepreet Singh. We got it in the previous over of Mujahid. I think he's very watchful out here, Mozam Hayat. 50 deliveries faced. Batting at a strike rate of 38 at the moment.
Very, very watchful indeed. This one turns. Played with the turn, will not get any runs. Yes, 1 wicket Mujahid has taken. 4 overs he has bowled. He has 6 more overs to go. And many more wickets needed from him in order for Pacific to win this game. A cut off the back foot. Easy single. Required run rate climbing up to 6.72. Bowling with 2 slips for the right-hander. Definitely looking for that turn. And looking for that outside edge.
Well, if Mujahid gets another one here, I think Pacific Group will definitely be ahead of the game. Nicely played there by Furqan. Dot ball coming through. And with every dot ball being faced here, the required run rate is inching up. Currently at 6.8.
One more delivery left in this over from Mujahid. Looking to give it a tweak. Trying to bring in these 2 fielders in the slips into play.
Played it upish. Well, if you see, he tried to trick him there, the batter. He was giving in that soft signal that he's going to bowl that arm ball, wherein he did not. Just looped it up in the air. Got the batsman double-minded. Now, these are the small tricks that these bowlers play. We'll talk more about it. 16 overs up. 56 for 1.
Jiju now comes into ball from the Bukhatir end. Change of ends for him. Oh, that is just sloppy work there. Gives away one extra run. Not happy with himself.
Well, definitely not happy. And again, we spoke about towels not being used here, but looks like it is slightly getting a bit tougher there, using the pockets at the moment. No sooner we'll see the towels come in action. Beautifully bowled there. Jichu likes to hit that zone. How consistent he is with his length. Yes, gets a bit wayward in terms of the line, but he is one of those consistent bowlers. Not express pace, but the pace at which he bowls and those late swing that he gets, I think very, very effective.
Yeah, especially when the batsman is just staying back in his crease and presenting the bat in a defensive manner to almost every delivery.
Absolutely. Beautiful ball. Excellent, almost, I would say brilliant delivery there from Jiju Janardhanan. Got the inside edge between the two legs. Again, very risky. It can go anywhere. Conceding just 7 runs and he is into his 4th over. 17th over in progress. And look at that required run rate. It's inching up closer to that 7 and over mark. At the moment, it's at 6.84. They need a couple of good overs here. Works round towards the square leg for a single.
The ball is skidding off the surface, as we saw when Muazzam faced that ball from Jiju. Almost went through his defenses. It was as if it pitched and then skidded through.
Well, absolutely, and that's what happens when we say when dew is in place, it becomes easier for the batters to bat because the ball skids off the surface, and that's what makes it easier for you to bat under the dew conditions. Down the leg side, but tickled the pads. In fact, the bat and the ball not carrying to the wicketkeeper. (23 of 56 deliveries for Muazzam Hayat). I think you need a player of who bats, with that defensive approach. But I would prefer that sort of a batter to come down in the middle overs, in the phase between 20 and the 30 over mark, when you want to actually save wickets.
That's right, because now you see the run rate, the required run rate is climbing up and has reached almost 7 runs and over. 7 runs and over is, and this is going to put pressure. So whereas it's important to preserve wickets, but it's also important to not let the run rate go beyond a certain limit. End of the over, 61 for 1. first ball played towards the short mid-wicket area. A nice diving stop gives just 1 run. Furkan now on strike. 2 slips waiting for that outside edge.
Played it towards Zishan Abid, so there is no sweeper cover in place, no mid-on, in fact no long off inside the circle, mid-off inside the circle, mid-wicket inside the circle. There is one man outside the circle, that is the deep square leg.
Attacking field, and that is what is needed. If you need to take wickets, this is what is needed. There's no third man either. I still feel he should go over the wicket and use those rough marks to his advantage. He still has 4 more overs to go after this. Oh, trying to play a big shot, misses it fully. Wanted it 2, but will have to settle for a single. This was semblance of a chance here.
Well, absolutely, he was enticed. And the head falling there of Furkan Khalil, not in complete control of the shot. That's why those coaches tell you, keep your head still. And it's the toughest part to do when you're dancing down the track. Head position, very, very key in order to middle the ball. And that's what we were talking about. There is that effect of dew coming in. Someone please remind Mujahid that he has a towel.
Yes, maybe he forgot about the towel. And there's another sloppy example of just charging on the ball and then not picking it up cleanly. However, will not give away any extra runs. Or maybe he wanted Muazzam to come back for a double and keep the strike.
Too optimistic there. 64 for 1 and a couple of more dot balls and the required run rate will go up to 7. A dot to finish here. 18 overs up, 64 for 1.
Seven runs and over required from here for KCC to win this match. 224 runs needed to win in 32 overs. Jiju continuing his spell. Suddenly brings out his headband. Maybe he had forgotten about it and now brings it out of his pocket and puts it on.
Played it in the cover region. Well, the ball will definitely not have enough legs as we've seen before. 2 runs here. And Muazzam has faced 61 deliveries for his 28. And 19th over here in progress. 222 more runs required in 190 deliveries. So with every dot ball, that gap will keep on increasing.
With wickets in hand, still possible. Bounces down the wicket, plays it towards long off, gets a single. Jiju has been very, very economical. Only given away 12 runs. This is his fifth over. Furkan also following footsteps of Muazzam, 6 runs off 14 balls, being really watchful, both of these batsmen.
Ball slightly dipping right in front of the keeper there. Nothing on offer here for the fast bowlers on this track. Now teams that are watching this game will definitely be watchful about what they need to be doing in terms of the combination, because it's a double-edged sword situation. Imagine you win the toss, you're bowling first, you have your spinners in place, everything is fine. But if you lose the toss and you have that same combination coming through, then it becomes very difficult for you to actually, come out and defend. With those spinners need to cover up. That's where all-rounders actually come in play.
Yes, exactly, and now the dew has started coming in. This is the second match that we are seeing where there is considerable amount of dew on the ground. There wasn't much of it in the previous games. So that changes a lot of things when it comes to balancing the team.
Definitely, Devivek. Meanwhile, JJ into his fifth over here, a ball to go. Exactly 220 runs to get here from here on. Not that it's not achievable, it's just that you should start showing intent of chasing that down.
No run. That brings us to the end of 19 overs now. The score is 68 for 1.
Rizwan KS has been brought back into the attack here from the same end that Mujahid was bowling. Sharjah Cricket Academy end. Went for 11 in his first over. Now what's interesting is he's bowling at Furkan Khalil for the first time. Now he needs to come out of that T20 mood here, Rizwan KS. Give that loop, give that air to the ball, allow it to spin from the surface.
And that's what we were talking about. If Mujahid can rest for some time now and let Rizwan come and bowl, maybe he can open the floodgates here. But as you rightly told Asim, he has to give some air.
Well, he's bowling a bit too defensively here. Look at the field setup here. He has 4 men in the deep. One is at the mid-off, long on, deep square, and he has a sweeper cover. If you keep bowling there, it's fine. You can probably have one man inside and entice the batsman to go after. Because this is the phase wherein Karwan will actually try their luck. Width on offer, easy single. And it will be interesting to see how deals with him. Because usually what we have seen is that a good bowler And a watchful batsman always try to play defensively and not throw his wicket away to the main bowler of the side. And then they try to attack the others. So you'll have to see if that's actually the plan of Mozam.
Yes, looks like he will not attack him outrightly, but maybe a little bit of intent will be shown when Rizwan bowls. And I still feel Rizwan is bowling to stop runs. He's not bowling to take wickets. Whereas the need of the hour is to take a few quick wickets and put more pressure.
Beautifully bowled. That came in after pitching. Didn't feel that it was an arm ball after he released the ball, but after pitching, it's got into the batter. 20 overs up, Karwan Cricket Club, 70 for 1. Change in the bowling here. Aman Arshad is the new bowler. And he starts with a no ball. So now the opportunity for Mozam Hayat to cut loose.
Yes, sometimes that one shot, one big shot can break the shackles. All you need is a ball in the middle of the bat, going over the ropes, and then you can start expressing yourself. The confidence comes back, and you're able to express yourself. That's a big no ball. A good 3.5 inches over the line.
Good sight there coming in from the cameraman. Here comes Arshad again. A swing and gets the maximum out of it. This is good shot, and was waiting for that gift on offer, and he played it towards the long on for a half a dozen. That was needed. That was definitely needed here for Mozam Hayat to up the rate at which he's scoring at the moment.
And this might just help him to cut loose, and may just help him to up the ante a little bit and get the scoring going. 7.1 is the asking rate. As long as they're able to bring it under 6, they will be comfortably in the hunt, provided they have wickets in hand. 5 more balls to go in this over. Will Mozam continue the momentum, or will he again go back into his shell?
Punching it off the back foot towards the sweeper cover. A single taken. So an experiment that did not go right here for Pacific Group. And if this gives in an opportunity for Mozam Hayat to get going from here on, I think that will be the That a mistake, I would say, Pacific Group would want to undo.
Yes, that's right. 8 runs given away in just 2 deliveries by Aman. Another 4 more balls to go. Four fielders outside the circle. Clipped off the pads. Will get a single. Abhay Jotin fields at the fine leg and throws it back.
.209 to get in 29.3 overs here for Karwan Cricket Club. Idea should be to get to that 100 mark in 25 overs. Chipped it in the air and again a no ball. This is not good stuff here from Aman. Yes, definitely right call coming through here from the umpire. Spot on. Taking his run up again. And I think, as I've been insisting and stressing a lot more on this part, the fact that you have to be really, really watchful in terms of your bowling mark. Come onto the ground, take your markings, ensure that you are giving it a couple of go and asking your teammates to check if my foot is actually landing it within the line. Complete that shadow practice needs to be there, and this is basics of cricket that needs to fall in place. Especially in modern day cricket, you see bowlers coming in before the match has begun. They ensure that they have a measuring tape wherein they're marking their run up, and once you have set your run up, you measure it, and all you need to do is take the measuring tape on the ground, just mark your run up. That's it.
Very rightly said. All right, so gets a boundary. Again makes a good use of the free hit.
So the entire effort of those 20 overs goes in vain with these 4 balls.
There's still 2 more to go in this over.
15 runs coming off it, and we just said it a while back that it is just about an over or 2 wherein they would need to bounce back in the contest. That is what that has happened. We've seen 15 runs coming off the first 4 balls of Aman's over. In fact, yeah, 2 more to go in this one.
Off the pads, will get a single. One more ball to go, provided he doesn't bowl another no ball. Has the Pacific Group given an opening here to the Karwan Cricket Club? Have they provided that opening that was needed? Down the ground, gets a single. End of the over, 21 gone, 87 for 1. Rizwan continuing his spell. Pushed towards long on, gets a single. Muazzam now moves on to 40. Rizwan will need to give some air to the ball, maybe even ball over the wicket. Use those rough patches on the leg stump of the batsman. Try to get things done. That's been swept nicely from outside the off stump. There is a fielder in the deep. Will restrict them just to 1 run. Change in the com box. Joining me is Nishant.
Thank you very much, Vivek. Very well bowled. That one just going through with the angle from Rizwan. Again, nicely played away towards the onside, picks up a single.
Seven runs and over needed. Which means at least a single in every ball. Gives it a bit of an air, bit of a flight. Unable to stop it on his follow through, goes on for another single.
Just going slightly inside out there for Khan. Push back to the bowler. 22 overs bowled, 91 for 1. Change in the bowling then. Akif is brought back into the attack. Shortish delivery cut away for a single. Muazzam batting on 41 of 73.
Pacific group at this stage were 98 for 3, so not a lot of difference between both the teams. However, KCC has lost 2 less wickets. That's well played off the pads. We'll try and get 2, but we'll have to settle for 1. Good fielding there at mid-on. A nice diving stop, sliding down on the ground and stopping the ball. Akif is back. He bowled only 2 overs in his opening spell. Comes back to bowl from the same end, the Bukhatir end.
Hit uppishly, hit into the gap, and Furkan will find a boundary. They'll have to keep finding boundaries every odd over here, without which they're really falling behind at this point in time. Now, Vivek, the problem with this kind of batting approach is that the moment you lose a couple of wickets, you are suddenly pushed too far behind in the run chase.
Yes, that brings up a lot of pressure. But this was a good shot from Furkan, deliberately played over the infield. And another one, this time deposits it over the long on for a 6. 2 brilliant shots by Furkan. The first one was over the point, deliberately played uppishly, and this one into the dugout.
Oh, what a way to bring up the 100, a boundary and a 6. Furkan is making up for all the deliveries that he has faced. 26 of 29 now. He needs to carry on.
Pacific will definitely miss a spinner here. This is a wicket which is tailor-made for spinners. Again pitched up, and this time played through the covers. The ball racing towards the boundary for another 4. Furkan is on the roll in this over. 4, 6 and another 4.
Brilliant stuff from Furkan. 30 of 30 now.
You know what this does? This makes Muazzam to continue playing the sheet anchor role. He doesn't have to take unnecessary risks. Play deep, play long, as long as the batsmen on the other end are expressing themselves. This will be another one. No. Just stopped in the nick of time at final leg. Nevertheless, gets a single. Moves on to 31 of 31 balls now.
23 overs bowled, 108 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Rizwan continues from the SCA end. Pitches it short. Furkan going for another expensive shot over. The short mid-wicket fielder doesn't connect at all. The ball just misses the under edge. He'll have to... Oh, beaten him all ends up this time. The ball pitched and spun. He's beaten, opened him up. Wanted to play it on the onside. He might have to slow down a little bit now. Adrenaline rush sometimes can be dangerous.
Just as you say it, it's gone in the air and lands safe. Very lucky. Yes, Furkan will have to consider himself very lucky indeed. Muazzam on strike. On the pads this time. Has been played away towards the short fine region. He picks up a single. He's doing what he has to do.
Two more deliveries left in this over. Will Furkan go for another big shot? Just tucks it around the corner. Gets a single. Smart thing to do. He already has gotten boundaries in the last over. Just wait for the loose balls and then try to capitalize on them.
Perfect Nelson on the score. And that's been avoided. They will pick up another single, and that will be the end of the over. 24 bowled, 112 for 1.
Muazzam to face the first ball of Akif's new over. This one kept low. The ball keeping low. Muazzam did well to keep his eyes on the ball till the last minute. Plays it with the straight bat.
So Akif very expensive in the previous over. And that is why you can see as the figures don't look all that good. Defended, they'll pick up a quick single.
Expensive in the last over, and before that Aman also gave away 15 runs, I think, in his over. And those two overs have changed the momentum of the game a little bit. With the 9 wickets in hand, 175 in 25.4 overs looks doable. It's slightly less than 7 an over, but then you have 9 wickets in hand. This is shot, has been pulled and dropped. Well, this was a chance that had to be taken. Banged in shot, didn't quite get hold of it. Top edge. Aman there at a deep mid-wicket. He's not having a good day in the field. He had a decent time with the bat though.
Yes, it is quite evident now that Furkan is going to go for it, because the required rate is almost 7 and over. They cannot afford to really fall too far behind at this stage. And that's a lovely shot from Muazzam, but there is a fielder, so just a single.
Abhay Jotin at the third man. A good looking shot, opening the face of the bat at the right time, guiding the ball to third man. Two more balls to go for Khan on strike. Are we going to see another big hit? Well, not a big hit, but we will definitely see a boundary. Leg wise. 4 more runs coming in. Much needed boundary.
Yes, disappointed the bowler, straying on the pads.
And it hit the back leg, actually the foot of the right leg, not even the pad. Well, you cannot afford to go outside the leg stump in this format of the game. This one kept low, wanting to pull it, did not bounce at all. Fully missed it. Lucky did not get an edge. Did not play it on to his stumps. Fortunate. 25 gone, 119 for 1. Finally comes in to bowl around the wicket. The ball goes on to mid-wicket. A diving stop, but could not stop a single. For the right-hander, he is again coming back around the wicket, which I think may not be necessary. He can continue to bowl left arm over.
Straight to the fielder this time. Not going to be a run.
If you ask me, the left arm spinners have to exploit that rough on the leg stump of the right hand batters. They are definitely missing a trick here by not doing that. The ball, if pitched in that rough, will turn and will bounce awkwardly. Some of them might even keep low. That's an opportunity going begging.
Quick single taken, good running between the wickets.
There was some misunderstanding in the beginning. This could have been very, very dangerous. There was a yes and no, again a no. Not a good throw by the wicketkeeper. He should have thrown a fast, quick throw to the non-striker end. Could have put Muazzam in trouble. Two more deliveries left. Oh, wanting to sweep. The ball was outside the off stump. There is no square leg. He wants to make use of that. Sorry, there is no fine leg, and he wants to make use of that by sweeping it.
Furkan has been slightly positive in recent times. Pushed away. That'll be the end of the over. 26 overs bowled, 122 for 1.
They've managed to keep this asking rate around 7 and over. Jiju bringing himself back in with his blue headband, coming into ball from the Bukhatir end. Pushes it to the covers. Muazzam continues to play the sheet anchor role, whereas Furkan is trying to express himself now. The required run rate is close to 7 runs and over. Good thing is they still have 9 wickets in hand.
Tucked away for a single now. And he moves on to 49. Furkan, 35 of 42. He's been pretty much on point. Jiju to bowl to Furkan. Comes back in, wanted a single, sent back. Rightly so. This is pretty good bowling from Jiju. He's been on the money all through the night.
Yes, he has really been very, very accurate. Not expressed fast, but very accurate. This could be a chance if it hits directly, but it doesn't. A wayward throw by Sapan. This throw was nowhere. Would have been close. A direct hit would have been a goner for Muazzam.
Couple of deliveries remaining. That has been played away again. Another single taken. And that's 50 for Muazzam. Back-to-back 50s for him.
A very watchful innings. Was slow to start with. Playing with a lot of responsibility. Good innings indeed. If he makes it count and if he's able to see his team through, it will all be worth it.
Another quick single taken then, this time by Furkan. And looks like there'll be more runs. And 4 of them. That'll take Furkan into the 40s as he moves on to 41 now. Oh, that was absolutely unnecessary there.
Rizwan, the fielder, absolutely unnecessary, gifting away runs. 27 overs gone, 129 for 1. Rizwan will continue to bowl from the SCA and bringing in his sixth over now. Has given away 24 runs in his 5 overs. From a Pacific Group's point of view, they need a wicket. They need a wicket or two to put some pressure. Batsmen have to change their end because there was an overthrow and there was a single that was taken by Furkan. Kept low, did not spin, will not get any run.
$129 for 1. Cut away. Straight to the fielder. That is a dot ball. Muazzam 50 of 86. Short ball pulled and taken. So Furkan gets out for another 40 here. Will be disappointed. He had it under control. $129 for the loss of 2 wickets.
That brings in a Sardar to the crease. A good catch taken in the deep. The ball was dipping on him. Excellent catching to get rid of Furkan. Plays defensively. 2 more balls to go in this over.
So Rizwan has managed to pick up his first wicket. Bowled, is it? Not quite. How did that miss the stumps, Vivek? I have no clue.
Missed the stumps by a whisker. I think just a couple of inches. Very, very close. Just see this in the replay. Bounced.
Ball of the match, if you ask me.
Absolutely. Opened him up fully. Well, that brings Muazzam on strike.
No, that's an unnecessary appeal there. Muazzam wanted a single. Sardar was not interested. End of the over, 28 bowled, 131 for 2.
Playing there off the back foot. Very watchful there, Sardar Behzad. He's not got that moment here where he needs a Sardar Khoshua. Not so ideal Bukhatir league here for Behzad, especially with the bat.
Lovely drive from him. But straight to the fielder, sweeping on the offside. Will manage to pick up only a single.
Now, if you look at the entire situation right now, we were talking about that phase of chasing down 150, 160 odd runs in the last 20, which is gettable. We are around the same mark here. Now, it has to be a fresh T20 start here for these, for the Karwan boys. Well, I just felt that it took off from the bat. Not to be so. This was close. Jiju was interested probably. And I think even with lack of one regular spinner, I think Jiju has really marshaled his troops really nicely. Now, what is important is how he makes use of Akif Raja. Is something that is important here. Probably he can even give it a try with Ansh Tandon for an over or two and see what he has to offer. Not a regular bowler though, but you have to cover up an over or two for those expensive ones. You should either get it now or leaving it for too late might then again backfire.
Yes, lose a couple of wickets and then suddenly you find yourselves in a very, very difficult corner.
Playing there with soft hands. Not as soft as Behzad had expected there. Now with every dot ball, that required run rate is going up. It's at 7.3 at the moment. And it's going to be getting a lot tougher and tougher here. Especially if a wicket falls, for the new batter to come out and settle in on this track. It's not going to be easy.
Very difficult it will be indeed. Because you'll not be able to trust the bounce on this wicket.
Not the bounce, but yes, on that previous occasion, yes, that was there. But more about the more than the bounce, it's all about that double-minded approach towards that extra turn that comes through from the track. Meanwhile, in the over number 29, Karwan Cricket Club at 134 for 2. Rizwan case here continuing. That extra bounce also coming into play here. Now Himmatullah, who's not quickest amongst the fielders, will not be able to stop the batters from taking two. So I think this is the moment where Mozam Hayat will try to step up to the situation now. Having said that, he's faced 89 deliveries already, which is 15 overs, exactly half of what has been bowled here right now. Now he will have to stand there, ensuring that he sees the team through. And look at that required run rate. It is climbing up at the moment here. 7.5 almost.
And it will keep climbing if they don't find boundaries on and off. They're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Well, very interesting there. Sapandeep, who has been playing with that number 27 all his life here in UAE, has a change in number. 75. I'm not sure what is that 75. Definitely not the year he was born. And I remember this argument coming through because there were two players fighting for that jersey number 27 when they both played for the same team. This is about 3 or 4 years back. Meanwhile, 30 gone, 139 for 2. Now that is that variable bounce that Nishant was talking about, and definitely coming in play. And this will even more be dangerous for the batters to follow later on when they come in with the required run rate of 8.5 Nova, and coming down with that under that pressure situation where they'll have to tonk in a few every over. Things are going to get tougher and tougher from here on if they don't find boundaries at regular intervals.
He's gone for the big shot here. Lot of height on that one and distance as well. Sardar has struck.
Sardar khush hua. That is the moment that he was looking for. Look at that, hitting it straight, and it takes a lot of courage on, coming out, dancing down the track on this wicket, which has got us some variable bounce. Takes a lot of confidence there to play that sort of shot. And rarely you find batters stepping down to Jiju Janardhanan. And that was one such moment. Sardar Behzad, look at that. A couple of steps, straight as an arrow there. Oh, that side screen. I mean, you can't hit a ball straighter than that.
They've gotten back the ball. Oh, he just backs away. Sardar just backs away there. And Jiju is not happy. I wonder what happened there.
And Jiju does not like that. Definitely he does not. And I think that's a typical fast bowler's reaction when a batter pulls out. Was putting in that run up, steaming in, and suddenly batsman pulls off. Disturbs your rhythm all. And knowing for the fact that he's bowled a really good delivery there.
And he looks very displeased there. Defended on the onside. Muazzam wanted the single, sent back. Yes, for a seamer being hit straight back past you for 6. And then the next ball, you're almost finishing your run up and you're stopped. Shortish delivery, looks to cut, appeal for a caught behind. Umpire not interested.
Well, it was close. Definitely there would have been some noise that got the interest of Jiju. And more than the noise, it's all about that noise which would have echoed in his ears when he stepped down the track and whacked him for a straight 6. And especially when we're talking about stepping down and hitting straight 6s, all it reminds you is of that sandstorm innings where Tendulkar, he smashed Kasparov, stepping down the track. Meanwhile, a nicely glided shot there towards the third man.
Always an incredible memory. Oh, I think that's the thing that really troubled him. Something just shot up from the ground.
Well, nicely caught there by the cameraman. And I think the batsman has all the rights to pull off in such incidents. Whenever there is a distraction there, even if that's coming in off the towel, you have all the right to pull off.
Full delivery, beautifully driven. Half a stop by the fielder inside the circle. The single will be taken quite comfortably. 31 overs bowled. It's 147 for 2.
Thirty-second over here in progress. Rizwan KS. And he'll be bowling at Sardar Behzad. cut away nicely, and this, doubt it's going to go all the way. Yes, again, that thick bed of grass definitely coming into play in support of the bowlers out here, the bowling side. It's going to be hard to get those grounded boundaries there, especially on the area towards the right of the commentary box, which is towards the roadside.
Sardar just getting right behind that delivery to defend. He goes for it. Has he timed it well enough? No, he hasn't, but he's put down.
Out of all, it has been Abhay Jotin who has put it down. One of the safest in the team. And he's put down a big wicket of Sardar Behzad. And people say it is catches that win matches. That's a saying there. And a very important one. Imagine Sardar Behzad stays there and pulls it off for Karwan strikers. Your entire 125 goes in vain.
Absolutely. And again, Muazzam wanting a single but sent back there.
Well, as a cricketer, as a captain, you might come back and say it is a part of the game. It happens, and all those backup statements for your players. But again, you know for the fact that had that been taken, things can turn around.
I completely agree with that, these are the moments which matter a lot. 32 overs bowled, 151 for 2.
There is an appeal there. And it will be interesting to see if the umpire goes to the third umpire or not. I don't think he has. We'll have to keep a close watch on what exactly happened there. The batsman was beaten. Well, nothing appeal coming through. Meanwhile, off the back foot, playing it towards the offside, towards wide of long off. Now, if you compare the outfield, it is relatively opposite of what it is on the towards our right versus towards our left. The area towards the left of Bukhatir end is something a bit too quick in terms of the outfield, but it's exactly the opposite there. Here towards our right, which is in front of the pavilion. Very slow out there.
Comes down the track and slogs it across the line. One bounce into the fence for 4. Now Muazzam gets a boundary.
Now, I won't be surprised if Jiju Janardhanan pulls the mid-wicket back and gets the sweeper cover inside and let Muazzam attack on the onside with the spin. Let him do that. Give him that opportunity.
And he comes down again. This time, it's big. It's Way over the top for 6.
Well, look at that. He wanted to go after Mujahid Amin, who troubled him earlier. And look at the way he has responded now in his second spell. It's on the roof.
Go fetch the ball then.
An extra turn coming in. And now he is trying to pull his length back a bit. It's a smart move coming in from Mujahid. Now, even after getting tonked for a 6 and a boundary, look at his bowling figures. 7th over in progress, 19 runs and a wicket.
He's been outstanding. Shot again. And Muazzam just pushes it towards mid-on. Single taken, 33 overs bowled, 163 for 2.
Rizwan KS into his 9th over. He has been bowling at that decent economy. 32 here. Short delivery, pulled towards square leg. Now, Nishant, again, it's a subjective thing, but let me ask you this. Would you want, especially for Muazzam Hayat, to have a mid-wicket in place and get your sweeper cover in?
See, both the bowlers are left-arm orthodox bowlers, so it only makes sense considering how Muazzam has suddenly decided to go over the top on the onside. So it does make sense. So that if you do not have the sweeper back, there will be a temptation for Muazzam to probably go against the turn, which might just help you a little bit.
And with the amount of turn that you're getting in, literally square, I think that should be the ploy here. Meanwhile, played up-ish in the air. Half a chance there, and that's going to be a boundary.
I think the fielder in the deep was a little slow.
Well, not quickest amongst the lot there. And not so pleasing dive as well at the end.
Gets the boundary though there, Sardar. Muazzam was batting with a strike rate of around 33, 34. From that, he has gone on to 68. He has doubled his strike rate.
Well, I think justified in terms of the time spent on the wicket. You have to improve it. Cut away nicely, and ball will go towards the sweeper cover. Aman Arshad, the fielder. Now they are looking out for those boundaries at regular intervals now. They understand the urgency and the stage at which they are. Not too many overs to go after this. 16 of them. Short delivery, did not get onto his position on time there. As a result, adjusting it nicely. A single taken to end the over. 34 gone. Karwan Cricket Club 170 for 2. Short delivery pulled and nicely done there by Jiju. Shy at the stumps. Had that been a direct hit, I think these are the opportunities where the bowler need to really come back to the wickets. I understand that on the follow through it's tough, but this is overall excellent cricket here from the captain. What's the best part about it is he did not leave the ball after collecting it. Usually we have seen effort put in and then you lose the ball. That's where it makes easier for the batters to make his ground.
He had the ball in his hands when he got up after the dive. And then he took a few seconds to get the aim right. That was pretty quick from him, yet. Just a single though. Sardar has been pretty steady. 20 of 22. Required rate now hovering around 7.5 runs per over, 7.4 precisely.
Now I think this is the time that Moazzam should get going with things, because there is Amir Hamza to follow, Kamarawan to follow. So there are batters out there in the dugout, but right now it is that phase wherein he should take that chance and try to match that required run rate.
Pushed away to the fielder at point. That's another dot ball. Moazzam is probably still, his role is to bat through, is what I feel. He's spent so much time, if he's there, and definitely there'll be a lot of freedom for the others who come in to go after the bowling.
Short delivery pulled. There is protection in the deep in the form of Ansh Tandon. Good work there, and a single added to the tally. And the required run rate will keep on jumping up with those singles now. Forget about the dot balls. Even with those singles, the required run rate is gonna keep jumping up. It's at 7.5 at the moment. The panic stage would actually be if it hovers around that 8.5 mark, and if they start losing wickets from the other end.
Yes, that's what the problem will be. You lose wickets. That's nicely cut away. Single taken there. .5 overs bowled now. .174 for the loss of 2 wickets. 114 needed of 91 deliveries. Last 15 overs. 8 wickets in hand. Should be very exciting. Nicely cut. Lovely shot. But the fielder will cut it off. The fumble will make sure that the 2 runs that they take are quite comfortable in the end. 35 bowled, 176 for 2.
Well, that attempt coming through from Mujahid Amin was a close one there. Now, these 3 overs from Mujahid Amin will be very crucial here. Let's look at what happened on that previous delivery. Well, just locked his foot there. As a result, could not have that movement of the body going with that direction. Meanwhile, slogged in the air. An effort coming in from Ansh Tandon goes in vain. It's a boundary here for Sardar Behzad. Definitely a chance, putting in that forward dive. Not the best of the angles to actually judge whether it was whether it was a catch. Well, to talk more about it, I have Vivek joining me in the comm box. Welcome back, Vivek.
Thank you very much. These half chances will have to be converted if you want to make a match of it. And he has bowled him. He's cleaned him up, trying to play that ball over the mid-wicket, missing the line completely, and the furniture is disturbed.
Look at that. That was an arm ball coming through, missing the line of the ball. And that's how a bowler makes a comeback when he doesn't have the support in the field. He said, let me do the job myself. End of Sardar Behzad. He's out for a run ball 25. Mujahid Amin getting his first scalp here. In fact, the second one, I would say. 180 for 3. Man of the match of the first game, Amir Hamza, is out there in the center, replacing Sardar Behzad. Now got his team over the line in the first game with that fantastic partnership between KARWAN and himself in excess of 100, resulting in a victory. That was a wonderful chase here, and coming into a similar sort of situation when the required run rate is hovering at 7.5 and over. Getting that leading edge, excellent delivery there from Mujahid Amin. Now he has 15, in fact 14 more deliveries left in his spell. Will be important to see how many of the KARWAN batters can he get in trouble. Beautiful bowling there. I think one of those bowlers I feel has been a tad unlucky not to wear that grey. Very consistent. Used to play for Al Farah, UBL. And has made impact for all the teams that he's played here. A valuable asset to have in the side.
Yes, a wonderful bowler. Continues to bowl consistently in those areas where he can get wickets.
This one held its line there, moving away from the left-hander. No turn whatsoever there on that one. 36 overs gone, 181 for 3. Here we have Himayatullah, who's bowled 6 overs for 27. Playing it with soft hands there, off the back foot. Shy at the stumps, direct hit coming through. And umpire does not want to refer it to the third umpire. He's confident enough stating that the batsman has made the ground. And that's the level of confidence that is required out of these umpires now.
Yes, it was a direct hit. Always some element of doubt if it's a direct hit. But umpire was in a good position to see whether the batsman has reached or not.
Good call though. It was a close one, but backed his vision, his sight of the incident. Meanwhile, playing it straight, effort coming in from the fielder. This is good stuff here from Akif Raja, putting in all the efforts there, and Mozam Hayat showing some sense of urgency. Look at that, the bowler tripping.
Can be dangerous, can be injury if you fall at a wrong angle or twist your ankle.
Well, I still say KARWAN has that upper hand here in terms of this chase. The required run rate might be at 7.7 at the moment, but well within the reach if they keep the wickets in hand.
Absolutely, they only have lost 3 wickets, 7 more wickets in hand. And in the last 10 overs, you can easily chase 8.5, 9, 9.5 as well if you have wickets.
Absolutely. Keeping wickets intact is so key. Coaches have been talking about that aspect of the game for ages now that when you're chasing, ensure that you keep wickets in hand. Have a strategic approach to that run chase. One man can go after the bowling, whereas the other end has to be kept safe, and Mozam Hayat has done that here for Karwan.
That'll be a wide. Yes, that's a wide. Another run added, and he will have to re-bowl.
Well, definitely height. Yes, good call. I think even if that wouldn't have been height, it was still down the leg, I felt. Cut away handsomely, and fielder putting in a chase, all in vain there. Excellently timed by Mozam Hayat. He moves on to 78. Well, I think that should have been stopped by the fielder.
It was on the bounce, and he could have stopped it.
That too on a stronger side there for Rizwan KS. That is what surprises me, that he was not able to get hold of that one. And he's a very good point fielder, specializes in that area. So having said that, usually the most trusted asset of the side is kept in that zone. You have to be keeping yourself busy all the time. Beautiful delivery, excellent bumper onto the gloves of Mozam Hayat. He moves on to 79 with the help of that single. Now, we initially felt that Mozam is way too slow in his approach. However, the fact that he has not thrown his wicket away in desperation, that is something that has been key here for Karwan Cricket Club.
Yes, and he seems to have shots in his kitty, so it's not that he's... I mean, he can accelerate whenever he wants to. We have seen he can play the pull, he can play the cut. He even in one of the free hits got a 6. So he has shots. Another short pitched ball, and this has been played towards fine leg. Easy single there for Amir. Coming back to Muazzam, he can accelerate whenever he wants. End of the over, 37 gone, 191 for 3. Played defensively, Amir, on the first delivery. This one slightly pitched up and pushed towards the long on. Gets another single.
He has 10 deliveries to strike, or maybe even double strike here. This is what happens when you have just one strike bowler in your team. In fact, that option of having that off spinner Should always have that sort of options available in the side. Maybe an all-rounder who can bowl in a 4 or 5 over spell and give it to you in the form of covering up a fast bowler. I feel Pacific group here, they have just come to this contest a bit unplanned.
Yes, their bowling seem to lack at least one good spinner. Another one good spinner would have made a lot of difference.
And that has been the difference here. I think even if you talk about Karwan, on this track, they leaked away, in my opinion, about 35 odd runs.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Wanting to go for a big shot, doesn't quite get hold of it. Ball goes on to the deep mid wicket. Will get a single.
Well, I think they should have clear intentions of getting to the 200 mark before the end of 40th over, so that they keep that required 100 under 9. Meanwhile, played it around the corner for a single. So Mujahid completes his 9. And Karwan Cricket Club, 38 overs gone, 195 for 3. Look at that short delivery once again. He has kept it short, but just not bowling at the right channel there. The line has to be improvised here from Himyatullah. He gets tonked for a boundary. And immediately a change in the field setup here. Gets a mid-wicket in place, a square leg in place. The short, in fact, the long leg is brought inside. So there is a short, fine leg in place. So the idea is very clear here. You have to stick to that short length delivery against Moazzam Hayat. But if you look at the shots that he's played throughout, he's been complete control. He's stick to the ground.
Pushed on towards the deep mid wicket. The cow's corner, as they call it, gets a single. Well, 5 runs already in this over. Only 2 balls have been bowled. And this is what you need. You need a boundary in the first half of the over, in the first couple of balls. If you're able to get 2 or 3 runs on a boundary, then you are able to get 7 or 8 runs in that over.
Absolutely, and what that does is already pushes the back bowler on the back foot, and the chances of him making an error again is relatively higher.
Yes, that's right. Put the pressure on the bowler right away.
That's why they say when you get those bad balls, dispatch them for boundaries. Disturb that rhythm and momentum of the bowler. Meanwhile, here comes Himyatullah to Amir Hamza. Hamdan Tahir there in the extra cover region. He has handed over the gloves to Zishan Abid, probably at that 25 over mark. So that's a shared responsibility that both these wicket keepers have. And I think in a long game, a very good ploy in order to save your energy.
Yeah, especially when they're playing matches. Every 2, 3, 4 days they're playing a 50-over game. So maybe a good ploy.
Well, this entire, the role of a wicket-keeper is very challenging, especially when you are an opening batter as well. And you keep 50 overs and, come out to bat. That's itself is a lot of workload that we're talking about.
That will go to the boundary. It has pierced the field and goes off towards that extra cover fence.
Now, I did not understand the entire idea behind that delivery. Why would you want to bowl a full ball wherein you have set your field for a short delivery?
He was attempting a Yorker. He just got that fine leg moved in to the circle, and the fielder at mid-on was moved out towards long on. So he was definitely trying to attempt a Yorker, but ended up in a low full toss.
Now, this was the over that they were looking forward to, and they've capitalized it pretty nicely, the bad ones. There is a long on that has been pushed behind. And a dot ball here. So you got to be hitting the right channels in order to be effective on this track. And if you closely observe how things have fared here, it has been relatively a lot easier to bat on as the day progressed, with the dew coming in. Ball is coming onto the bat relatively easier.
Himyat is bowling his 8th over. In fact, the last ball of his 8th over coming up. Banged and shot and played towards extra cover. Will not get any run. End of 39 overs now. 204 for 3.
Mujahidia into his final over. Worked around for a single there. Now, should have kept the right-hander more on the strike to probably increase that chance of picking up another that is going away after pitching. Meanwhile, it's going to be Mozzam Hayat. Now, you'll have to be smart enough here after spending 117 deliveries, almost 20 overs, facing 20 overs in fact. Just get through his overs here.
Yeah, I think he will just play him off. Another 3 more deliveries to go. Just see him off. No need to do anything expensive. What a spell he has bowled. Just given away 32 runs in 9.4 overs. 2 more deliveries to go.
I think no silly shots here to be offered, even if it's about just playing those 2 balls down for dot. I mean, I think that should be acceptable.
Yes, exactly. Dot balls doesn't matter. Does the smart thing. Doesn't matter if he has, even if the last ball is a dot ball, because after that they can accelerate.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is probably that situation wherein he might entice the batter to go after it. A tossed up delivery. Just as I said, tossed up delivery. What a spell from this little magician. 10 overs, 32 runs and 2 wickets for him. And at the 40 over mark, end of power play 2, Karwan Strikers 207 for 3. Now playing it towards the square leg. Akif Raja has been brought back into the attack. He has not had the best of the days there. Akif Raja, who recently debuted in the UAE national side as well, and has got hit for runs here. .35 he has conceded in his 4.1 over spell. Now this is that opportunity where he makes a comeback and proves the fact why was he a part of the UAE national side.
Down the leg side, sloppy work by the wicketkeeper, gives away a single. Leg byes.
I think drifting way too down the leg side there, not the ideal sort of collect also coming in from Zishan Abid. Now, when there is dew, it's tougher for the wicket keepers as well. The ball slips away from that rubber layer on the gloves. Going down the track, playing upish, 1 bounce and a boundary for Mozam Hayat. He moves into 90s in a style.
Use of the feet coming down the pitch and lofting it into the cow's corner, gets another boundary. 93 for Muazzam, now 7 short of a well-deserved 100. But he will have to see his team through. He is the anchor around whom everyone else has been playing. And once you score a 93 or 100, then it is contingent upon you to finish the game for your team.
Short delivery, pulled it, and again completely in control of the shots that he's playing here. He fell short of 4 runs in the previous game to reach his 100, got out on 96, and he lost 2 wickets right in front of his eyes, taking at the non-strikers. And when he got on strike, he was under that pressure of pushing it and getting to that 100, even though they were on the losing stage there, just got caught out.
Maybe he wants to make amends today. outside the leg stump. This will be a wide.
Akif Raja, that's definitely not his day. And that's what, you are backing a bowler that's playing for the UAE side. And then when he gets, away for runs, as a captain, it becomes really difficult for you to find ways how to cover his overs up.
That's right. You have to make it count.
Played up
Huge shot, huge shot. There's a fielder coming under it, but this will go beyond the ropes for a 6. A big shot here coming in. And Asim, you're right, it's not Asif's day today.
Look at that effort coming in from the fielder, but just going in vain. So clears, the intentions are pretty clear here coming in from Karwan, is that they're going to attack the attacking bowler.
That's right, Akif is getting hit. 4.5 overs he's bowled, given away 47 runs. That's almost 9 runs and over. And this time he's been pulled. There is a fielder there. We'll just restrict it to a single.
Well, what more, I'm surprised is about the fact that Akif has not used slower deliveries here, which is why he offered pace, got hit for runs. Meanwhile, end of over number 41 there. 222 for 3, Karwan Cricket Club. Well, in fact, some wrong figures here showing in for Mujahid. Up in the air. Looks like Mujahid has even been better than what he is showing on the screen there. He has 1 over up his sleeve, and he went for just 20 runs in his 9 overs. Picked up 2 wickets. So looks like there is definitely an error there.
Yes, we thought his overs are done, and he's done with his quota of 10 overs. And he has 1 more over to go. Tossed up. Did not take the bait, just plays it in a safe manner towards the mid-wicket area. Will get a single.
Well, this is the contest between Moazzam and Mujahid Amin. A mix-up there between the two batters. He wanted to take the single there, Moazzam. Late reaction from Amir Hamza. He said, well, mate, stay back. I want to run out here.
Yes, he said, I don't want that run. This time it will be a single run. It will be an easy single. Wide area on the onside. There are lots of gaps for the left-hander. Amir has played a good hand here. 20 runs of 18 balls. He's proving to be very valuable in this situation.
Well, absolutely. Appeal. And definitely bat involved there. Jiju Janardhanan knew that. He didn't appeal. Else, had that been a clear one onto the pads, Jiju would have been the first one to appeal.
A good ball though by Mujahid.
A ball to go here. He's conceded 24. And what a spell that comes to an end here. 10 overs, 24 runs and 2 wickets for the experienced campaigner there. 42 overs gone. Karwan cricket up 227 for 3.
Well, Aman being brought into attack, he was very expensive in his first over that he had bowled, gave away 17 runs in that over. And for some reason, he's been asked to come back. Outside the off stump, plays it to backward point, will not get any runs. Aman will have to make good and compensate for that expensive over that he had bowled previously. This has been slashed. The ball goes towards the deep point area. Sweeper cover will run and cut it meters before the boundary. Throws it back to the wicketkeeper. 2 more runs added. 7.8 is the asking rate. In the com box now, Nishant. What do you think, Nishant? 7.8 doable?
With 7 wickets in hand, I think it's more than doable right now. This is pretty much Karwan's game to lose. Nicely pushed away again. Moazzam picks up a single. We'll move on to 98 with that. Yes, Moazzam batting on 98. Amir batting on 21. And it is Amir on strike right now.
.59 needed of 45 balls. Absolutely doable. Just keep wickets in hand.
That's what they've got to do. Keep doing the good work. I don't really have anything to worry about at this point in time. Amir Hamza, in fact, Moazzam on strike. Let's clip that one away. Another single, and he moves on to 99. Final delivery of the over. Hamza will be on strike. Short ball he pulls, hasn't timed it well, but will pick up a single. 43 overs bowled, 232 for 3. Change in the bowling. Rizwan comes in there to bowl his final over. Big slog attempted. Misses it. So that is a dot ball for Rizwan to start with. Rizwan really, he had to pick up more wickets. He couldn't do it. And that's gone straight down the ground. It's a safe area, but doesn't matter because he has managed to clear the ropes. That's a 6. Mighty hit there from Hamza. Brilliantly struck.
He's a big hitter of the ball. He can hit the ball a long way. If he gets going, they can definitely win it in good time. This match will in any case go to the wire. It will go to the last or the second last over. Only 3 wickets have fallen so far. They have 7 wickets in hand.
It's Muazzam Hayat batting on 99. He's got 235 runs in this tournament, just 4 runs shy of the top spot. But first up, it's this milestone which he missed out in the previous game. Picks up a single, and that's 100 for Muazzam.
A brilliant innings. Started slow, was very watchful in the beginning, and then accelerated towards the second half of his innings. Nicely built innings. Really built it from the beginning. Well played. Onto the pads, tucked onto the onside, gets a single. .47 of 37.
Yes, they're doing a pretty good job right now. Muazzam batting on 100 of 129. 47, as you said. Appeal for a leg before, umpire not interested. I think that was going down the leg side. Probably some bat involved as well. End of the over then. 44 bowled to 42 for 3. Short ball pulled away by Muazzam there. Single taken. Going on brilliantly at this point in time. No worries whatsoever.
Crucial overs. Well, running the first one hard, but will not get a couple here. Will have to settle for a single. The problem has been that Akif was very expensive. And hence now Aman has to come in and bowl. Which is always a risk because he can be taken for runs. Not the mainstream bowler of the team. Akif had a bad day.
Slow delivery this time. Push back to the bowler. That is a dot ball. Yes, Akif, if he would have managed to give them some early breakthroughs, then I'm pretty sure things would have been much different. He just tries to squeeze that one out. Will pick up a single. That's another run added to the tally then.
More than 8 runs required every over to win this game. 7 wickets in hand. This will go down to the wire. It will be a battle of nerves. Whoever manages to control their nerves will end up as a winner. This is Upish in the air. The fielder coming under it, went for the catch, could not get it. Well, he did dive forward to take that catch, went for the catch.
Yes, I mean, they don't really have too much of a choice here. They need to break this partnership somehow or the other. Big swing and a miss there. It's completely away from the line of the ball.
And he was trying to play it towards mid-wicket, and there's already a fielder there. 2 fielders there on the boundary. So not sure what he was trying to do. That brings us to the end of the 44th over now. 247 for 3.
So 5 overs to go. Himyat, none for 46 in his 8. And that is off the outside edge. The wicket keeper, well, he was not expecting that. And that is a boundary. With that, Moazzam becomes the orange cap holder now. And 250 up for KCC. 37 needed of 29. It's getting easier by the minute. Moazzam moves on to 106 with that. Comes down the track this time, slapped away through the offside. And they should pick up a couple, they will.
"35 runs needed from 28 balls. And the way both these batsmen are going, looks like they will make it. What's needed for the Pacific group is wickets. Pitched in short, and he stepped out and slapped it towards mid-on. Moazzam, and gets another single. The right hand, left hand combination is not helping either. There will be some dew on the ground as well, which is also making things difficult for the Pacific group.
It's been a very handy knock from Amir Hamza as well. Shortish delivery this time. I think there is some bat involved in that. And that is very nicely done by Hamza. 4 more runs added to the tally.
There was a short fine leg in place, but he pulled it nicely between the wicketkeeper and the short fine leg fielder. Adds 4 runs to his team. Asking rate now below 7. 6.9 runs per over needed to win this game. What a chase it will be if they are able to do it.
And now he goes over the top. The fielder will run across and Hamza will pick up a couple, moving into the 40s now. Chance for him to get to a 50 as well.
Absolutely. 40 coming in quick time in 32 balls. Hitting at will, both these batsmen. One moment he pulls the ball between the wicketkeeper and fine leg for a boundary, and the next one he plays it over the extra cover and gets 2 runs. Last ball of the over coming up. Pitched up, played it with his wrists, flicks it off his pads. Will get another easy single to end the over. More of a helicopter shot. End of 46 overs now. 261 for 3.
Well, 6 boundaries, 2 sixes in that 100 from Muazzam. Unbeaten 109 of 136 deliveries. Some lovely shots played. More importantly, he was the glue which managed to hold the KARWAN Cricket Club innings together.
Aman comes into ball, bangs in shot, and this has been pulled. All right, it sails towards the mid-wicket umpire, having a check whether it's a 4 or a 6.
Well, there's a close call there.
Was a close call, was in the gap. Seeing it from another angle, looks like it's a boundary.
Yes, looks like a boundary to me too.
There hasn't been a signal yet. Now he signals a 4. It's a correct call. 4 more runs added. Amir goes on to 45 now. Exactly a run a ball needed. 23 runs off 23 balls needed. What a knock he's playing. Amir Hamza, 45, not out of 34 deliveries. Muazzam on the other end has completed his 100. Another short ball, attempted a pull, this time doesn't connect. Muazzam has become the highest scorer of the tournament so far, will be getting the orange cap. 96 in the last game and 109 not out in this one so far. Aman, third ball of his over.
He's gone for the pull again. There is a fielder, but no worries. That has gone for 4 more. And he moves on to 49 now. Amir Hamza seems to be in a hurry to finish things off.
Yes, and the pull shots are not going towards the fine leg or square leg. The pull shots are going towards the cow corner or towards the deep mid wicket. He's playing it so early, the ball is coming so slowly, and he's able to play it early enough to be playing in that area.
So 49. 19 needed of 21 now, less than a run a ball. And there it is, second 50 of the tournament for Amir Hamza. Well played. A very important contribution this in the context of the match.
37 balls for these 50 runs. He's made a match out of it. Very, very crucial innings. Came in at a time when the team was a bit under pressure. A wicket had fallen, and another 1 or 2 wickets at that time would have meant that there would be a lot of pressure. But he played well, put away the loose balls, made sure the run rate doesn't climb way too much. This has been played clubbed off the back foot, a misfielding at long on. 4 more runs to Muazzam. Well, things looking very, very easy now for the KARWAN Cricket Club. 274, a loss of 3 wickets.
So this is just about getting over probably an over earlier. Just the 13 more needed to win this game now. Pushed away. We'll pick up a quick single. Muazzam moves on to 114. .47 overs bowled, 275 for 3. Final over for Himyat here. Full toss, that's pulled away. Couple of things of interest that will run away to the fence for 4. And well, what was interesting was Hamza was at the same end, and has it been called a no ball?
They're asking for a no ball. I've been looking at the umpire, but I think it wasn't higher than the waist.
So now 9 needed of 17. Well, this match could get over in this over itself. And they're going through for a quick single now. Good running. That brings Amir Hamza on strike. Couple of scoring shots will finish things off. 8 of 16.
Will he go for a glory shot? I have a feeling he will go for a couple of big shots. If not now, then at least when 5 or 6 runs are left, he might attempt a 6 to finish things off. Attempts a big shot, straight away, doesn't connect. Will end up taking a single. Byes signaled by the umpire.
So Muazzam back on strike, batting on 119. .281 for 3. Cut away into the gap. There is a fielder in the deep, so they will just amble across for a single. Now 1 shot away from victory, KCC.
2 more deliveries in this over. Will Hamza try to finish it off in this over itself? Net run rate is of great importance in this tournament. And teams who are at the verge of victory want to finish it off early in order to have the net run rate on their side.
He goes for a big one, and he finishes off in style. That has gone the distance, and that is all over. Amir Hamza with that 6 has sealed the game. And KCC have won this match by 7 wickets with 13 balls to spare. And a fantastic, fantastic effort this. So then that is the end of the game. Lovepreet was the first one to be dismissed after a pretty good partnership at the top. Departs for 24 of 36, but Muazzam there, standing tall, 120 not out of 141, 41 from Furkan. Sardar produced a 25-run cameo, but then Amir Hamza produced the vital cameo in the end. Not a cameo, but a very, very important innings. 56 not out of 39. As far as the bowlers were concerned, well, few of them very economical there, but they never really managed to pick up wickets. Mujahid finished with 2 for 24, Rizwan with 1 for 48, and Jiju was economical, but others went for runs and couldn't pick up wickets either. That's how things panned out. Pacific Group who were asked to bat first. Abhay getting 124 of 141 deliveries. Aman 43 of 55. Zahid 6 for. Restricted them to a 287. And of course, in reply, Karwan Cricket Club riding on a fine 100 unbeaten from Muazzam. Finished the game with 13 balls to spare and winning it by 7 wickets. This is how the match panned out, really. Some lovely shots up front. Muazzam was lucky initially, but then he dug around. That was the wicket, the first breakthrough. Muazzam had to ensure that he hung around for a long time. Furkan started off on a slow note, but he was the one who really shifted the momentum by going for some big shots. Then he was out caught in the deep in that fashion. Muazzam kept going on. He decided to start being a little positive as well. Shahzad, he produced some good shots before being knocked over. From the other end, of course, this man kept the good work. Went past his 50 and then, of course, carried on doing the good work. And Amir Hamza joined in. He lifted the run rate and ensured no damage was done and finished things off with that 6. So that is how the match happened today. Of course, there is more cricket coming to you tomorrow as we see DCC take on Sri Lions. And of course, we'll be back at about the same time, just before 5 p.m. So right now, it's time to say goodbye and good night to all of you. We'll dive into a short break, and when we come back, we'll have Azam with the post-match presentation.
Check, check, check.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of SkyExchange.net 47th Bukhatir League, powered by FanCode. Firstly, I would like to thank all our sponsors for their continued support: SkyExchange.net, FanCode, TCM, Leap Sports, Dole International, and Star Biryani. Now, this was the 14th game of this edition's Bukhatir League, played between Karwan Strikers and Pacific Group. And after winning the toss, electing to bowl first, comfortably chasing it down by 7 wickets here, Karwan Cricket Club. Now, talking about a special award that we have seen here coming through for the highest run scorer of the tournament so far, and it has been none other than the stylish left-handed Mozam Hayat, who scored 256 runs, taking the place from Mohammad Usman Khan. Brought to you by Leap Sports. Congratulations, Mozam. Mozam, please stay back, because for that fantastic knock of 120 runs unbeaten in that high-scoring match, wherein they had to chase 288 in their allotted 50 overs, Mozam Hayat remained 120 unbeaten. He's our deserving man of the match. Mozam, first of all, congratulations on the orange cap. पहली चीज़ तो काफ़ी अच्छा खेले, माशाल्लाह से काफ़ी अच्छी इनिंग्स थी. First of all, congratulations.
थैंक यू सो मच. बस ये कहूँगा, बाबर भाई ने प्लान दिया हुआ था पूरा खेलना, तो अपने ऊपर बिलीव था, बस एंड तक ही खेला हूँ. तो बस एक हैंड संभालना था मुझे, वो मैंने संभाला.
एक बात बताएं कि आप जब मैच बैटिंग जब टॉस जीते हैं, फील्डिंग आ गई, विकेट जिस तरीके से खेल रही थी, कहीं आपको लगा कि एक स्पिनर शॉट खेल रहे हैं आप लोग?
हाँ, नहीं, पहले तो नहीं लगा, पर बाद में ज़्यादा बिलीव था, लड़कों का भी बिलीव था. बाबर भाई ने एक टारगेट दिया था, बाबर भाई ने क्योंकि स्पेशल मुझे कहा था एक हैंड संभालना तुमने, तुम आउट हो गए तो कोई पता नहीं है हमारी टीम का. तो इस वजह से बस ये बाबर भाई को क्रेडिट जाता है कि उन्होंने मुझे सपोर्ट किया और मैंने अपने 100% अंदर दिया.
शुरुआत में आपने तकरीबन 30 गेंदें खेली, 8 स्कोर, डबल डिजिट में नहीं जा पा रहे थे. कहीं ना कहीं हमारे अंदर भी एक फ्रस्ट्रेशन बिल्ड हो रही थी कि कब रन्स आएंगे, कब इंटेंट नज़र आएगा वो चेस करने का. लेकिन डेफिनेटली वो एक प्लान नज़र आ रहा था कि विकेट ना दें. कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है यहाँ पर कि आप रन चेस के अंदर ऊपर से विकेट ना दें?
ये तो डेफिनेटली बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि अगर ऊपर से जल्दी विकेट चली जाए तो प्रेशर नीचे वालों पे आ जाता है. ऊपर से नया बॉल खेलना तो मतलब सबका तो नहीं है कि मतलब मिडल ऑर्डर तो नहीं खेल सकते ना, ओपनर का काम, ओपनर ही नया बॉल खेल सकते हैं. तो कोशिश थी, बस उसी पे उतरे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
जब अंदर जाते हैं हाई स्कोरिंग मैच में, कितना प्रेशर होता है आपके ऊपर एज एन ओपनर, उस जगह पे एक स्टार्ट देना और उस एंड को संभाल के भी खेलना?
नहीं, प्रेशर तो मैंने ज़िंदगी में कभी नहीं लिया, पर आप लोग भी देख रहे थे, प्रेशर मुझे नहीं होता. बस ये होता है बॉल पे नज़र होती है, बॉल टू बॉल खेलना है मुझे बस.
चलिए, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द फ्यूचर गेम्स. गुड लक. That's Mozam Hayat, our man of the match. And I think he has taken up that chart here without any pressure, he said. And we wish the team and himself that all the very best for the future games as well. That's it from the post-match ceremony out here. We'll be back again live tomorrow at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium for yet another scintillating contest at 4:45 p.m. Until then, good night on behalf of the entire commentary.